Hey, everybody, welcome back to the NHL Draft. I am actually on the road right now in Nashville in a hotel room, literally 2 blocks away from the draft right now, and it's fucking killing me. I want to go over there and go see it right now. I, of course, am your host, Mr. Mark Williams, and can't find my thing. There it is. And I'm joined by the man eagerly looking forward to number 23 in the draft, Mr. John Fulkowski.
Tonight's going to be an interesting night. Already a lot of action happening across the league last couple of days, but definitely looking forward to number 23. Maybe they can find a way to move up, hopefully. Who knows? So we'll see.
We'll see about that. And, of course, the man who is hooked into everything behind the scenes, Mr. Anthony Larocco.
Hey, Mark, what do you think the chances are that Connor Bedard goes last pick in the first round?
I heard about this guy, Bedard. I'm not really sure if he's going to be any good, to be honest with you. I mean, nobody's really talking about him. I mean, it's going to be a rather difficult situation. Well, everybody, we're going to be doing the NHL draft tonight. So let me get that draft order going for you right now. There's the first 16 picks in the draft going through our screen. Play along tonight with us. We're going to do a little bit of bar talk throughout the draft where we're going to be doing, what do you think about the pick? I'm buying a round, a drink, or a shot. But also, if you want to play along with this, we're going to be doing some drinking ourselves. I myself right now, I got a couple Miller Lights right next to me and even a couple shots of Sexton Irish whiskey. It was my first time actually drinking it. It's a little bit interesting, but, you see the rules right there. If Phil gets surprised, even if he says what no, then there you go. You got to chug. Every time I mispronounce a name, you got to take a shot, and a shot for every trade. So we'll see about that. Speaking about which, there's been a lot of trades. Let's break some of these down. Guys, we'll start with the first one. What do you think? We'll start with you on this one, Phil. Flyers getting Kevin Hayes.
You mean sending him to St. Louis? And
that's what I meant.
Yeah. The Flyers getting rid of Kevin Hayes. Lots of pennies on the dollar return. They retain 50% on top of that. And I like it for St. Louis. You're getting a good player at $3.57, I think, $1 million. Just a good player at 50%. I think he'll help a lot. I think he's going to be motivated by a change of scenery. And I think that this is a really good move for Philadelphia, for St. Louis. For Philadelphia, I'm surprised that they had to take this little. So,
well, I'm going to go both of you on this one, but I'm going to start with Anthony. LA Kings acquire Pierre-Luc Dubois. We thought there was going to be another Jacob Chikrin situation that was going to last forever. It didn't. It went quick. Anthony, your thoughts on PLD going to LA?
Two things. You said, what do you think of the Flyers getting Kevin Hayes? So you should have took a shot already. It's one mess up.
Marc has and then everybody's already under.
I don't think Phil caught on to this yet because he's not tearing you apart. But I was laughing first.
The little spelling thing at the bottom.
It's Rasmus Kupari with a K. Kupir, and it's not Aaron, and it's not Aaron Iafallo. Aaron Iafallo.
Oh, Mark! Oh God! We're all gonna be dead every time Mark messes up.
Evan Iafallo.
Ow, Alex.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's all right. I forget his name.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Here you go. You got the Finns correcting you. Kupari. Kupari means copper in Finnish.
While we're at it, also.
Right. You know what? I'm gonna have to take over for you because you're a mess today.
I'm not a mess. I just made a couple mistakes.
You're a mess.
You owe the people 3 shots. I don't know. I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire here.
All right, hold on a minute. The whiskey's coming. The whiskey's in the other room. It's coming right back.
No, don't make him do the whiskey. Have him do shots of beer because he's going to be completely sloshed by like an hour and a half through at this rate. Oh, God, Mark, no.
That's one. That's 2. And one more. You owe it to the people.
Oh.
God, Anthony, we need him to be.
We'll be fine, Phil. We'll be fine. Fortunately, the bartender's got the iron stomach. Anthony, PLD.
Yes, now after taking care of the business here, you know, I kind of like the deal for both sides. I mean, the Kings, the Kings gave up a lot of good pieces, but at the end of the day, they get a number 1 center to, you know, eventually take over for Andrei Kopitar as, you know, as he ages out. And, you know, this is a guy that I still think has another gear, another ceiling to get to. I think he could be better. And as far as the Jets, you know, the Jets don't want to rebuild, even though, you know, you had him wanting out, Hellebuck, Scheifele. They want to retool. And, you know, these pieces they got, good for them. Gabriel Velarde had a great season. Rasmus Kupari, I mean, jury's still out on, but he's certainly got potential. And, you know, Aaron Iafallo is a guy that can score, you know, 13, 17 goals. So, obviously, and then the second round pick. So the Jets, you know, got, you know, a good haul back. So, like I said, I think it's a win for both teams. For the Kings, though, you really want to see PLD take the next step and, you know, increase his production even more. But overall, I thought it was a good trade for both sides.
Oh man!
All the comments that could be. That's the one
just for that. Having your girlfriend tell you to get it together in the middle of a stream like that, amazing. I think you might have to do a shot just for that.
All right, but wait, Phil, let me ask you this question. Who's the better player, Aaron Iafallo or Justin Huberdeau?
I'm going on name value, and it's Justin Huberdeau.
All right, PLD going to LA. Who is how was that trade? Because we did a Who Says No, and we undercut what they thought it was going to be. Anthony even undercut it. Anthony said this deal is going to go through. We didn't have Rasmus Campari. We had Gabriel Velarde in the trade, and it was the goalie Fortillo who we had in there, not Alex Iafallo. I mean, what do you think?
Not Fortillo.
Fortillo, I said.
You said Fortillo with an F.
Yeah.
Oh, Portillo.
Portillo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
At least I didn't call him Portillo.
All right. Shot now for that one.
Marc. Yeah,
I'm on it. All right, crack open another drink.
We're in for a long night with
we are in
Marc.
For a long night.
You know, I
gotta meet
he's
people
so
in
bad
Nashville.
with names. He's so bad with names. I would almost assume it was like a ruse, like he was doing it purposely, but it's not. It's truly him.
Yeah, sometimes really like what was there. So, to everybody watching, we have credibility on everything we know. Just I'm an idiot. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I like this move for Winnipeg. I don't know if I like giving up that much for Pierre-Luc Dubois. I understand why. I think that he's got some – I think he still has a ceiling to hit. I think he could be close to a point-per-game player. I mean, he scored a 70-point pace this past season. And I do think he is what you would look for in a number one center. It's just he has to be given the minutes. He'll earn those sooner than later. Kopitar has 1 year left in his contract. Who knows if he's even back after that? If he is, it's probably at a massive discount compared to what he's making right now. But
guys, hold on. Gary Bettman is approaching the podium right now. And
woohoo!
So what do you think? Do you think this kid Bedard might go one?
Yeah, that Bedard kid. Yeah,
Bedard. And he's here with Dave Poyle, who was not elected to the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Surprisingly,
I would say it's a snub, but Lacroix, who just recently passed, can't argue with that one. Pierre Lacroix, right?
You guys can't hear my TV, right?
No.
All right, good. All right, so I had it low enough.
No.
I can still hear it. Which is good.
You know, I'm going to be a minority and say I think Gary Bettman's doing a good job. Is it things he could do better? Of course. But out of the four commissioners, I think he's definitely not the worst.
Where the bar is very low.
Especially when that goes.
Is he better than Rob Manfred? Yes.
Is he better than David Silver or Adam Silver? Adam Silver. See, Anthony, I do this with a lot of.
You got it right the second time. I'm not gonna. That's not hockey, so I'm not gonna get on you.
Yeah, let it go.
And
Roger Goodell.
Goodell's actually. I think he's better than. I think he's probably the best of the four. If you ask me, and that's not saying a lot.
That's a very low bar. That is a very, very low bar.
Mark, why don't you move on to the next trade?
Yeah, you know what? They still haven't announced Connor Bedard yet. So, Philk, the Devils getting Tyler Toffoli.
For Yager and a third-round pick. It's a pretty good move for Jersey. You got a guy that scored, 34 goals and 70-plus points last year. Could play either left or right wing. Fits into their top six. It's not a speed burner, but he's a good scorer, I'll tell you that. So Jersey definitely, I would say, wins this trade. The only problem is he's probably not staying after this year as their cap situation is going to get complicated. So it's basically a one-year rental. I mean, Jersey's probably going to try to make moves to go all the way this upcoming year. And I don't know if that's necessarily the right way to do it, depending on where they finish. But, I mean, take a shot and see what happens. You never know.
Because I'm glad you mentioned that, because Anthony, the Devils re-signed Timo Meier in an 8-year, $8.8 million deal. As much as I'm excited, if I'm a Devils fan, I have to say, how are they going to field the rest of the team? You're still going to sign at least 2 defensemen, and as David's saying, and they can't get a goalie. Maybe
it takes them out of Hellebuck for sure.
It takes them out of Hellebuck. So, what's going to go on with that?
Yeah, I don't know where you're going to go with Hellebuck now. I think that's out of the picture, if you ask me. I also think that you're probably looking at you're looking at running back Schmid and Vanacek, which is, again, not great goaltending. Kevin Ball is probably going to be their 6D, and then I guess they're going to probably just give deals to Boquist, McLeod, and Bastian, and keep basically the same team otherwise.
But Anthony, as you saw with LA, defense matters so much more. You could build a great forward group; it doesn't matter. You get 6 good defensemen, you're Stanley Cup worthy, even if you have subpar goaltending like Aiden Hill, right?
Well, first off, go to the Toffoli trade. My take. I love it for the Devils. I mean, Sharon Govich 2 years ago had 24 goals or 25 goals. Last year, he had a little bit of a down year. Now you added Tyler Toffoli, was even a better player to their already dynamic offensive group. I think if the Devils if they could find a way to upgrade in goal, I think they could be a really, really dangerous team, especially for a long time. So good on the Devils. And as far as the Flames go, you had a guy that wanted out. So good on them on getting a guy who does have the potential to be a 25-goal scorer for them. So, again, good deal for both sides. But, yeah, the Devils going forward, I really, as an Islander fan, I hate to say it, but I really like the makeup of their team. And it sucks for the Metro Division, but the Devils are on the rise for sure. There's no debating it.
Now the question is, can they do it? They're definitely on the rise. So we are minutes away from the first overall pick. They just announced the Blackhawks to go to the stage. They should run to the stage and say Connor Bedard. But great moment just now. Roman Josi and Pekka Rinne honoring Dave Poyle. Dave Poyle ushering in the new era. Good luck to Barry Trotz in the new draft class right now. Great moment here in Nashville. Certainly deserving of what Poyle's done his entire career here. and both for the Nashville Predators, the Washington Capitals, and really American hockey. I mean, he's been a great American scout. I mean, Anthony, you the best American GM. That's your boy, right?
I mean, of all time, possibly, yeah. Right now, he's slowed down, but there's no debating Lou Lamoriello's legacy and how he really was kind of a trailblazer as an executive when he was younger. But
Yeah.
As far as David Poile goes, David Poile did a great job in Nashville, an expansion team. In an age where you see general managers fired so often, to have the tenure that he did is really impressive. And now hopefully Barry Trotz could take that torch from him and continue to represent the Predators in a good way and make them be a competitive team. And Trotz is a smart guy. He knows he's been around. He's a little green when it comes to being a GM, but that's okay. Like I said, he knows a lot, and I think he'll be good in Nashville. Certainly not afraid to take chances. I mean, he traded. He was desperate to get rid of Ryan Johansson, even retained 50% on him. So it seems like he has a plan. He's going to put that money somewhere. I know they're looking to move up tonight, so we'll see if how high Askarov can get them. But I expect Barry Trotz and the Predators to be pretty active here tonight.
That's a great point because Askarov, who is one of the best goalie prospects in the NHL, they're looking to move him up. The pick is in. Everybody, we still have 3 more trades we want to break down for you in a minute. But, of course, we're going to talk first about this guy that might be drafted. I think he might slide. I don't know. And not like the NHL hasn't talked about it for 2 years.
So did anyone see the video of the podcast accidentally interviewing Kyle Davidson?
No.
Because
that was funny.
Friggin' hilarious.
Yeah.
And what did Davidson say?
I'll tell you afterwards, after the pick goes through. You guys are probably a few seconds ahead of me, I think.
I don't know. It would.
Here we go, everybody.
Marc, basically the interviewer.
Anthony?
Basically, the interviewer didn't know he was interviewing Kyle Davidson, the general manager of the Blackhawks, and Davidson just played along. He didn't say who he was.
Yeah, he played along.
Oh, my God. I've got to check that out.
Like a big fan, and then.
That's amazing. And a matter of fact, the Blackhawks viewing party is right over here, just across from the arena. I actually just had national hot chicken. I think it was like Pierre. It's Pat's hot chicken. I think it was. It's one of the big franchises. I can't remember the name of it at the moment. But here's Bedard. Hands up right now. Sorry, what?
I said the pick is in. It's official.
Yep.
Yeah, no surprise here. Guys labeled as a generational type talent. There's a lot of hype to live up to. I will say this, and I've said it before about him, best shooter I've seen at that age, ever. And people talked about how great Austin Matthews' shot was at that age. I think his might even be better. I think it's crazy to say it, but I think that his might actually even be better at the same age. But I think this is a guy that scores 35 to 40 goals as a rookie.
That is pretty high praise. I mean, considering Austin Matthews 4 goals in his first game, 3 on his first 4 shots.
Yeah,
and that's pretty amazing too. But I mean, Phil, that's a massively tall order. I don't want to put that on a rookie because I don't want to put that much pressure on him. But and I am waiting for Anthony so I could talk about the stick, as I mentioned the comment the other day, because I think my regionalism caught up with me when I said it was the twerk of the stick.
Good job.
Yeah,
you could probably take a shot just for that.
Yeah, Anthony, I think my regionalism caught up with me on our draft preview on Sunday when I talked about the twerk that Connor Bedard puts on the stick. What do you think about him? Do you think he scores over under 35 and a half goals next year?
I think 35 is pretty on target. It depends. I don't know what kind of talent Chicago is going to have around him. Obviously, they added Taylor Hall. That will help. But it really depends on who he's playing with, what they do with the rest of the roster. But you got to remember, Connor McDavid in his first year, it's not like he went out there and, scored, 80 points. So it's hard to say. You don't want to put too much pressure on the kid. But at a minimum, I expect him to have like a John Tavares type of rookie year where he had 54 points. I think that's like a floor.
I think he's going to score more than that.
Yeah.
I think Bedard is a better skater. I think he's a more dynamic player than Tavares ever was. I don't like using the World Juniors as a barometer, but he dominated even more than guys like Lindros and McDavid did at that level, and Crosby. I think Bedard is Tom, McDavid did get hurt in his rookie year. It was a Michael Delzato and Brandon Manning combination hit that gave him I think it was a broken collarbone. He got from that hit. It was against the Flyers. So
now, by the way, Phil, he comes from Regina. Does that make him soft?
Are you making a joke here?
Yeah, because Regina rhymes with fun. I think it was told on.
Let's not say we did.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, let's not.
All right. So, back to a couple trades. Let's get a couple of these out real quick, guys. Alex Newhook going to the Colorado, picks number 31 and 37. They would flip one of those again, and we'll get to that in a second. Phil, let me start with you on this. Montreal, the second straight year, gets a guy drafted in the first round from the 2019 draft. And they do it at the draft, the Kirby Doc last year. So what do you think about this trade?
I think this is weird that Montreal, for the second straight year in a row, traded a first-round pick and another pick in a draft to go get a player that was drafted in the first round of the 2019 draft. They must have some sort of fascination with that draft. I definitely think that this is a good deal for Colorado to get what I believe can be an even better player with that first pick, and then get another second-round pick, which is very close to a first-round pick. Especially in this draft, there are a lot of good players that are still going to be available in that second round that you probably could argue would be first-rounders in other years. So for Jeff Gorton, what are you doing? For Joe Sakic, kudos, Joe Sakic. More good work from you, man. Love you as a player. Wish you were my team's general manager. Tell you that.
Like, Anthony, can I ask you a question on this? Do you think that the thought process is maybe you're a couple years ahead in development and all you need to do is just give these guys the right situation? Or do you think like you're getting a guy that's 2 years, 3 years into the deal or 4 years in? Like, does this make sense for you?
I think they're just taking chances on young kids that they feel can be better and haven't really prior lived up to expectations. I mean, Kirby Doc in Chicago, his career high in goals was 9 goals in 70 games. He goes to Montreal and he has 14 goals in 58 games. So
actually, I think it's
he definitely
15.
took a little bit of a step, obviously, more ice time. And you look at Alex Newhook. I mean, I believe Newhook had 13 or 14 goals last year. And again, I think they identify him as a guy that has a couple of more notches to his game that you can get to. And they're about compiling young talent. So, good on them. They have enough draft capital where, they felt they could afford to make this deal. So again, honestly, I think it's one of those moves that, could pay off for both teams. And hopefully Newhook can kind of take the next step, sort of like what Doc did this past season.
By the way, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. The last time Anaheim had the second pick in the draft, that was Bobby Ryan.
Correct. 2005.
And that was a hell of a player, by the way, no matter what, anything.
You guys still can't hear my TV, right?
I could barely hear it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like too overwhelming or anything like that. I just wanted to.
That all works. By the way, the pick is in right now. Oh, I haven't even used our graphic on that one yet, guys. This is it. The pick is in.
It should be Adam Fantilli.
Oh man.
I'd be surprised if they tried to get a little cute here. Choose Fantilli, and
you don't big brain it. You definitely don't. Do not big brain.
Oh my God. The Ducks chose Leo Carlsson over Adam Fantilli.
Are you serious?
Way to ruin it for me.
Marc,
guys.
Ruin it.
All right, I'm too far ahead.
You are way too far ahead.
All right, I will count to 10 afterwards. I'll wait for your reactions.
I can't even do a legitimate no on that.
Anthony, your thoughts?
Just for that.
I'm going to do a shot right now.
All right, I am actually shocked. We're drinking. Guys, everybody drink.
You got chug.
I
can't believe this.
I don't know what. I mean, listen. I thought the first two picks were pretty much guarantees. I thought Fantilli was going to go to Anaheim at 2, and I wonder, usually in situations like this, when a team kind of makes a surprising decision, it could throw off the rest of the trajectory of the draft. So, whatever Columbus was maybe thinking was going to be available to them, now do they change course too? So we'll see if it has some sort of domino effect. But listen, Leo Carlsson has been talked about as being one of the, better centers in this draft. He's got hands. I feel like he's mature behind his years. And whatever they saw in his game, they clearly like a little better than Fantilli. So we'll see how it pans out. But I'm surprised. Yeah. But I think the bigger question is, what does Columbus do next?
That's a great question too. Let's get the throw. What are your thoughts on this?
I'd imagine that Columbus was probably planning for them to take Fantilli there too, and probably had Leo Carlsson at their pick, or maybe Matvei Michkov. I would be shocked if Michkov goes at 3 now with Fantilli available. I really would. I think San Jose is going to have to make a decision between Will Smith and Matvei Michkov. That's always the way it was, but I think that it's got to be 3 for Fantilli there. I don't think it changes much. I think it just changes 3, Anthony. I really don't think, because I think the decision was always going to be whether it was Smith or Michkov at 4. I think if you don't see Michkov at 5, then I think this draft starts to change a little bit. And I think we could see things change.
But we talked about this on Sunday. Shane Wright moving down threw off
everything in that draft.
Yeah. Like the Devils were.
But that was a guy that was supposed to go first overall, though.
Yeah, but now what happens if Columbus chooses Michkov?
Then it becomes interesting. Then you're looking at 4. Fantilli has to be 4 to San Jose, if that's the case. And then
it has to be.
If Fantilli drops down to 4, I wonder what the thought process was, and maybe whether they saw something or not. Anaheim is supposed to reveal new jerseys tonight, too.
First off, everybody, thank you very much for watching. All right, look, I'm not trying to block Anthony when the pick is in. It's only for 5 seconds. We like to see Anthony's face. But by the way, what about the idea of Patrick Kane going back to Chicago? You guys like that?
I mean, if he wants to go there, I mean, there's familiarity. He was obviously more comfortable in Chicago. And then he's going to have a young stud to play with. So, I mean, like, and then Taylor Hall on that line, that'd be a pretty nice first line. I'll tell you that, a lot of speed there.
$41 million worth of cap space they have right now. Wow.
Chicago? Yeah.
Chicago.
I mean, yeah, they could do a lot. I don't think they're gonna sit back with this roster.
Anthony.
I would watch out depending on how this goes and where if Michkov drops. Heard the Flyers are very interested in getting him, and also the Capitals. There's the connection, the Russian connection, Ovechkin being there. Some feel that with him there, they can possibly get him over sooner, and they have a lot of interest, and he may even have interest in them. So if he goes, maybe starts to fall a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised if the Capitals try to move up and take him.
Anthony, I got to tell you this. We've talked about this on Big Apple Hockey. All of us don't think he's going past the Coyotes at 6. That's the perfect situation. The Coyotes are a team in flux right now. Yeah, they're trying to build for the future. Yes, they got guys like Clayton Keller and Logan Cooley coming up. I mean, obviously, Clayton Keller is already here. But they're a team that might not know where they're going to be in 2 years. So Michkov, if he falls all the way to 6, I think they're going to have to trade up in order to get Michkov. But then again, as we talked about before, Montreal Canadiens, that's a perfect situation for him too. So I definitely don't think he falls past 6, and I highly don't think he's going to fall past 5.
Yeah,
the Blue Jacket though. David
Davidson will announce the pick. I will wait for your reactions.
Yeah.
David Pagnotta said before that quite a few smiles at the Columbus draft table after the Ducks made that pick.
Yeah, it's got to be Fantilli here. It's got to be.
Yeah.
John Davidson, by the way, always wanted to announce the first overall pick, and he realized he couldn't do it. And he's bringing up Kekalainen right now.
Don't say anything, Mark.
I like to see chaos, so I would love it if they pick somebody else, but right now, they're going Fantilli.
They got to go Fantilli here. It's got to be. You would. Oh, man. That would be.
The guy almost was scoring at. He was almost scoring at a 2-point per game pace in Michigan.
You guys have it yet?
Hey. Yeah, now we have it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, they are way behind, boys.
He was about to make the pick for me on my thing, so you gotta be
careful. I'm gonna keep quiet I'm gonna wait for your reactions on the picks, guys.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, here's a shot for you.
I mean, Columbus, they were dreadful last year, but they're building something there with Gaudreau and Kent Johnson and Cole Sillinger and Yegor Shinikov. And don't forget Marchenko. I mean, how many goals did he have last year in his rookie year? Close to 20, right? So and not obviously that's not even mentioning a veteran like Patrick Laine. I like what Columbus is doing. Again, as Rangers, Islander fans, we don't really have to worry about Columbus, next year or maybe even the year after. But
down the road,
they're headed in the right direction.
Which you know what?
I mean,
you always want a worthy opponent. You don't want a doormat.
My only
you don't want to see the other teams get better.
My only concerns with Columbus is, when Elvis Merzlikins first came on the scene, he looked, pretty promising. He hasn't been good since. I mean, last year he was downright dreadful. So I don't know what they do in goal, but I think that's one of their biggest areas of concern right now.
So we just updated our ticker right now. And I do have to agree with you, Anthony, but does this put them in play for Tristan Jarry? I mean, that's your top goalie on the market, and you guys know my opinions on Tristan Jarry.
For Columbus, does it put Columbus in play for him?
Yeah, just Columbus go and play for him.
I don't see why you make that move. I don't know. That doesn't.
Well, I don't know why you go out and sign Tristan. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't, unless you really believe the guy could turn his game around. Then
Merzlikins is having a tough time.
Yeah, but you're going to go.
For instance, I would go for
Merzlikins with a guy that's also been having a tough time on better teams. I don't see the end game there.
That's why I asked the questions, guys. And you know me, I'm not a fan. Anthony?
You know, I wonder about too. We all know that the game of hockey is mental. But you got to remember, how long ago now was it? Was it 2 years ago where Merzlikins, watched his good friend and teammate pretty much die right in front of his eyes?
Unfortunately,
where the story goes that Kiwi Lynx would jump pretty much put himself in front of the whatever was the firecracker and helped protect Merzlikins and his wife. I mean, that's tough. That's tough.
Okay.
I don't doubt that still affects him. I really don't. I really do.
And you know what? Very likely it could. Maybe a change of scenery could end up revitalizing his career. I know that there was a tweet that was made by his wife because people were making comments towards her at games.
Yeah. Yep.
But also, we're getting a little bit too far away from Fantilli right now. He's the third freshman to win the Hobey Baker Trophy. For those of you at home, that's the college hockey's Heisman. The third freshman to win the Hobey Baker Trophy. Guys, can you name the last two?
Eichel and Paul Kariya.
There you go. Paul Kariya, man.
100 points as a freshman. 100.
Where do you guys think the Sharks go right now? Will Smith, Michkov?
I think guys, they go Smith just because they want a center.
This is our third draft together, and I have loved every minute of it because we get stuff like this. Last year, it was Shane Wright dropping all the way to 4 for the Kraken. I'm intrigued. I still think it's Michkov. I think this is where Michkov might go because I think they're in a rebuilding mode, tearing it down. They got William Eklund. I don't think he's played for them yet. He was highly touted. San Jose is sort of a team that they need to tear it all down, but it's going to be impossible because they already committed too much to Hurdle. They committed too much to Couture. And right now,
Mark, you have to remember you have to build around somebody. I don't mind them keeping Hurdle because, like I said, you need to have somebody to build your nucleus around. And Couture had signed way before they really started to suck, so you really can't count them re-signing him as something that was a detriment to them rebuilding. So, I think Erik Karlsson's definitely gonna get traded. Greer pretty much already said that him and Carlsson are on the same page and they're trying to find a deal. So I think they'll get some assets for him. But this is a team that does have good pieces. Borderlo, William Eklund, they're probably their two best prospects. So they're going to add another really good player.
We got San Jose coming up.
Yep, I'm going Will Smith. That's my guess, and if that's the case, I think there's no way. I think there's no way the Canadians pass up on Michkov at 5.
Anthony, since I have extra time, I'm going to make you hate me the way Phil did. Too bad he's not going to L.A., so he can't live with his auntie and uncle in Bel Air.
All right, shut up.
Oh my God.
I'll let you guys get that reaction.
I like Mike Greer.
I like him too.
think he's a good hockey mind.
I thought he was a great hockey player.
Good hockey player. Great. Good.
No, yeah, good. I mean, Anson Carter was better than him.
Hold on. All right, so it's Will Smith. Okay.
Once you say Phil, it's over. I'll put up the graphic after that. Yeah, I heard him say Will Smith.
Can we please stop talking in the middle of the thing too? Like right when they're about to say it. Like you guys are just like straight up talking over them. I'm trying to hear it.
Okay. The problem that's a problem when we're out of sync. These things are just terrible. All right. So, Phil, about Will Smith going there. What do you think?
I'm not surprised. Like I said, I think they were going to take the center. I think he's a dynamic, talented Trevor Zegras type player that will be an explosive, dynamic playmaker for them. I think he's going to be one of the better playmakers in the league. I think his skating is good. I think his hands are very good. I think he's got great speed, really good shot. To me, he reminds me of someone like Zegras. I think he might end up being a better goal scorer than Zegras. I think he has a better shot. He reset a lot of the U.S. National Developmental Team program records for like points in a season and everything. There was a really good line. It's debated who was the real play driver on the line, whether it's him, Leonard, or Perreault. People have the argument between Smith and Leonard. I do think Smith will probably be the more dynamic player of the two. But Leonard might be the guy that might end up being the guy that's known as the winner because of his style of play and his ability to get dirty while still generating offense. So I do like this pick for San Jose, though. I mean, I always said they were going to have a choice to make between Smith and Michkov, and it was a real good position for them to be in. So they made their choice.
Phil, let me ask you just to make sure. When you talk about like guys that were on the same line as somebody that was drafted, who's the real play driver? Kevin Hayes was accused of that when he played with Johnny Gaudreau. I forgot who the third guy was on the Boston College line.
He played with, I think, his brother and Gaudreau.
Okay. Now, for the Rangers, they drafted Ryan Gropp. Wasn't his centerman Matt Barzal? Okay. Yeah. So, Anthony, when you look at something like that, do you look at who the play driver is or sometimes the beneficiary of that can show that they got good instincts?
Well, first, Mark, I saw Stefan Rausner tweeted, you're not the only one with the corny Fresh Prince joke. He said the arena was playing the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air song when the Sharks took Will Smith.
Yeah, they did.
So there you go. You're not the only one there. But
Will Smith is a good name.
No, I listen. What?
Will Smith is a good name.
What'd you say?
Will Smith is a good name.
It is a good. Absolutely. Now he's being interviewed. I don't know how many times he's going to hear that, but no, it's a great pick for the Sharks. Like I said, I like what Greer's doing so far. I granted Timo Meier. I thought maybe he could have got a little more better pieces, but he has some assets here that he can sell off to really improve.
So Will Smith actually just sung a bit of the theme. Oh, it's amazing.
What happened?
Will Smith
sang a bit of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme while you were talking.
Oh, I'm watching on my iPad. I don't have the volume up that high, so I missed that during the interview. But,
I got my volume down too. It's good that Phil is listening.
Well, you want to hear things because you want to be able to break things that happen on the screen and hear them and, kind of listen to, listen a little bit of the commentary too. So.
All right, Anthony, I'm going to start with you. Matvei Michkov. Where's he going?
Right here to Montreal. I think that he's too much of a talent to pass on right now. And when you can have Caulfield and Michkov on the same team, how do you not make that pick?
Yeah.
I want to say it's here too, but I would not be shocked if Montreal took Ryan Leonard there. I really wouldn't.
I think it's going to be
Ryan Leonard.
If
they took who?
Just think about this. You have a core forward group that's not looked at as a rough and tumble type group. You can add that type of player with skill, and you don't have to worry about anything about getting him over from Russia. Ryan Leonard is a real good pick here. He really is. Megan Shaker's board, she has him as the 5th best player available. I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm curious about this because I really want to know. First, never mind what they're prioritizing, but I want to know how far Michkov can actually go. I mean, I think the perfect situation is Arizona. They don't have to worry about him for a few years. They'll get the franchise figured out by then, and then he's their star that either saves their franchise or not. Montreal, they're going to try to get on the way up, but you guys will recognize the guy that's going to draft for them in a moment.
Yeah. And just a reminder for everybody who's on this, you can remember, you can go play bar talk for each pick. Shot, if you're not so sure of it. Beer, if you think it's an okay pick. And round if you love it. So you can play along.
And that man right there is looking at all these picks.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
Okay. Wow. I am shocked. Definitely.
All right, everybody, hold on. I gotta get a beer to chug.
I am surprised it is not Ryan Leonard. I'm surprised it's not Matvei Michkov. I think, you know what? I'm not. Like I said, I thought David Reinbacher was worthy of a top 10 pick. I wasn't sure about a top 5 with the 5 that they had available, but I see why they took him. So I'll rate this a beer for me.
Okay.
But I think this has the potential to be a real good pick there.
Okay.
I think there is a possibility that he develops into a legitimate number 1. Maybe not an elite number 1, but a legitimate number 1. And we're looking at this guy in the same light that a fellow German defenseman that was taken 4 years ago was looked at. And look at that big hit there on that highlight reel. He knocks a guy into the damn bench. And that's men that he's playing against. He has a blast of a shot from the point right there, as you can see. He's a real good skater, extremely mobile, lanky, and rangy for his size. 6'2", 194. He's probably going to play at the NHL level somewhere between 6'3", 6'4", and he's going to be a big kid who can move. I do like this pick from Montreal. I'm going to go beer only because I think there were a couple guys that they could have used over him. That I can't question it. This is definitely some Bobrov influence.
By the way, just want to say we've been a little bit shocked about buying around on all these guys, and yes, it wasn't me.
Price stuttered because he saw Kreider and got scared. That's a good one.
That's a good one. I do have to say this. I'm going to go beer on this too, only because sometimes you got to let it all develop. The Canadians
need for Austria 2023 World Championship. I'm an idiot. Sorry.
But the Canadians need a defenseman.
Already been
corrected. We know this is the rebuilding. All right. Everybody, Phil knows it. He knows it. Don't worry about that. Anthony, what do you think about Reinbacher going at 5?
First, I was trying to address this because Scott was asking, and he said something again. I couldn't say anything, but I'm not. I mean, you're on the right track. I would maybe do something like this. I would want to see how the rest of the offseason goes and the teams are complete before I agree to a bet with Marc. So it's not out of the question. However, I'm not buying one. I would maybe wear one, but I'm not going to go out and buy one.
I think the other person needs to buy it, and he needs to be a player of their choosing.
As for the pick, I was a little surprised. I mean, I really did think they were going to go Michkov or maybe Leonard. I didn't see him going this high. But you know, the Canadians are a team that. I mean, I guess they feel with Suzuki and Doc and Caulfield, they maybe have enough offensive talent to take a big defender. We see the league's a copycat league. Guys like Alex Pietrangelo and key defensemen help you win championships. So maybe that's what the Canadians are thinking right there. But now, number 6, the Coyotes coming up. What I'm concerned about is I think the Coyotes would have no problem collecting more draft capital and trading down and allowing a team like the Capitals or the Flyers to come up here and steal Michkov, which, as you're a fan of a team in the Metro, I would really hate to see that. So I really hope that doesn't happen. But, again, now there's a possibility of it. But overall, I think at the end of the day, the Canadians could look at this pick, and eventually the people who doubted it could be like, I was wrong. Because he might end up being a real steady defenseman, like Phil said, playing at a heavier weight once he grows into his body. And I think he could be a mainstay on their back line for a long time.
I can't help but look at it and just think, wow, Michkov is available for either the Coyotes, the Flyers, or the Capitals. If they do what you're saying, Anthony, and they go backwards, they could get more draft capital. It's got to be the Flyers or it's only Riley Smith they're on for trades. They can move backwards a little bit. I mean, I think Michkov goes here. I've been saying it all along. I can't imagine the Coyotes not taking him. And right now,
I do not have the ability to do it. They really do. It's just, if there's anyone that could afford to take the risk, it's Arizona. It's definitely Arizona.
I mean, I really hope they do take him because I do not want to see him in a Flyers jersey or a Capitals jersey. I just don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
We are going.
That means one of those guys is probably going to get Ryan Leonard then, and I don't think you want to see him in one of those jerseys either.
Hopefully, by the way, if they do take Michkov, he does wear a Coyotes jersey, an Arizona Coyotes jersey.
Look at everyone in the Coyotes wearing the same color suit.
Yeah, except for the girl in the dress.
That's a good job.
His dress.
Hey guys, I just want to take a minute to just say this. This is amazing what the NHL draft has become. It is on its way to being the NFL draft.
Hey, relax. We got you're about to make the pick.
Oh. Marc can't turn around because he doesn't.
Somebody probably already ruined it in the chat. What the hell? Are you
okay? Everybody, start chugging.
Wow! I can't believe they reached that far from him. Here you go. This is why the Arizona Coyotes are going into the ground.
All right. Where the fuck is he on this?
Let's look at this board right now, and let's see who's available.
Oh, my God.
I can't believe this. So, available, Ryan Leonard, Dalibor Dvorsky, Zach Benson, Gabriel Perreault, Matthew Wood, all those guys you could have taken there, and you took a guy that was a middle to the end of the round pick.
Is Gordy Clark there? Is Gordy fucking Clark there?
Let's keep the cursing down to a minimum.
Do you know how pumped Danny Briere is probably right now?
Oh my god!
You've got to be kidding me.
Matvei Michkov is a Philadelphia Flyer.
Right. I want to Pagnotta retweeted it now because now that the pick is in, he said it 3 hours ago. So maybe this could, some answers of why they took him. But it says defense Dmitry Smirashev has been busy meeting teams this week ahead of today's draft. Like all top-ranked prospects, he learned English on his own and sounds like he has impressed many clubs. Interesting to see where he slots today. Sounds like he's an impressive individual. So maybe that could have been a reason why they.
He's a riser. Listen, I get it. The size, the skating, the mobility. It's a nice package to look at, but to me, it's just way too much of a reach here. Maybe this guy is another Moritz Seider, and he's looked at as a mid-late round pick, like Moritz Seider was in 2019, and he ends up just blowing everybody away and becomes this stud defenseman at the NHL level. But I can't believe that they passed up on Matvei Michkov for him.
I gotta say this, Phil. I'm looking at 3 different mock drafts, and he's gone either 26, 24, or 10. I don't know who reached. Reaching and hitting Moritz Seider. Great job, Steve Yzerman. Reaching and getting Hugh terrible.
Wow. I can't believe this. I actually can't believe this.
This is one of those things I'm going, oh my God. I'm in shock. I'm in shock. Matvei Michkov, we had in our mock draft going at number 3. And
it is.
This
is probably how it's play out.
This is bad. Oh man, this is bad.
And
not good.
And Leo, wow, you're right. You're right. That's the way it looks. I still think Michkov is going. Either way, he's in.
Yeah, the Rangers are going to take huge L with Michkov, Fantilli, and probably Ryan Leonard all in the division now. Right. Let me just.
By the way, do you guys know who else entered the division?
Repeatedly.
Do you know who else entered into the division? Riley Smith is a Pittsburgh Penguin. Anthony, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think it's a good pickup for Pittsburgh. They need some more offense in that lineup with, their stars aging. And for Vegas, they get to keep a guy who was great for them in the playoffs, playoff type player. Again, kind of a win-win for both teams. So I had a feeling the Golden Knights weren't going to allow Barbashev to walk after how he played in the playoffs. Kind of just knew they were going to. They always find, even though they never have a lot of cap space, they always find a way to either trade for the top guy or do something to keep a guy. It's just how it goes there. So kudos to Kelly McCrimmon over there. And again, Dubas saw an opportunity to get a guy for cheap that could score, and he did it. So again, one of those trades, win-win for both teams.
Phil, Colorado got Ross Colton. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a great deal for Colorado. I actually think that's a great deal for both teams. So you got a second-round pick if you're Tampa Bay, in a pretty good draft.
At 37.
And you're still going to get a real good player at 37. I think that's a guy who probably will be an NHLer.
You think Riley Height can go all the way down to 37?
Possibly. I think he could fall out of the first round. It's possible, especially with the way that things are going right now. Yeah. And I like this for Colorado because they get a guy that they could use to help bring some offense in that I think has some room to grow. That could be a real good middle six player that can maybe replace a guy like, I don't know, like an Evan Rodriguez or something like that. So good for Colorado, good for Tampa Bay. I like this trade for both teams. But
by the way, Keith Tkachuk right now going to the sorry.
Yeah, Philadelphia's about to make the pick.
Yeah, Keith Jones going to the podium right now. Daniel Briere is about to announce it. And I do have to say this: Keith Jones, guest on our program. If you haven't seen his interview, check it out.
The Washington Capitals drafted me in 1988 in the 7th round. He got a lot better after that pick.
He's got jokes.
Keith Jones was hilarious. I loved when he answered my question.
Hold on. Wow, the Flyers took him. Oh, there it is. Oh, man. I'm not completely.
All right.
Oh, geez. Ryan Leonard probably going at 8 right now, then.
Okay.
You know the Capitals. You know the Capitals and Ovechkin. The Capitals and Ovechkin right now are having a tantrum. They
definitely are. Oh man, the Flyers. The crazy part is the Flyers could afford to wait. They could afford to wait. If he
they're tearing it down now.
If he decides to not come over and do his thing here, St. Petersburg is Sochi.
And Phil, 100% on that. The Flyers, we were talking about this the other day, that they're tearing down their organization. You're like, why would they do that now? Bedard is the one that you wanted to go after. I mean, it's not like they're trying to go for Cole Eiserman, but this is what they were going after. And you know what? Matvei Michkov, Philadelphia Flyer. Anthony, what do you think?
I hate it. But it is.
I mean, I'm going to say it's a round of the pick, though.
But you hate it because he's going to be shooting on your goaltender for a while.
12 goals in 7 games at the U18 Worlds. My God.
And I think it was Steven that said it the other day, guys. He came in, interviewed. He was in New York. Like, I mean, look at this shot. Boom. Like, he's just got an amazing wrist shot. He's probably the second best shot in this draft.
Yeah.
Bedard, because Bedard's
the best shooter in this draft.
As Anthony likes to point out when I said Bedard has so much twerk.
Come on, Marc. I like this move for Philadelphia, though. I hate the fact that he's going to be playing for the Flyers, but like, this kid is phenomenal. This kid is absolutely phenomenal, and with time, he's going to. As someone who lost a parent at 17 years old, albeit vastly different circumstances, I get what it's like to deal with that. Bust potential? Whoa. He has bust potential? I don't see the bust potential there, Tom. Sorry, bud, but I don't. I just think this kid's got a ton of confidence. He's a hell of a hockey player. He's probably the second or third best shooter in the draft, depending on where you think Dalibor Dvorsky's shot is.
Speaking through a translator right now.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
No.
I'm glad you guys said that, because one of the questions I have for you is does the fact that the player knows English matter so much more?
Not this early though. He's just a kid, so I mean, I don't have a problem with it now that he doesn't.
A lot of the kids don't know English right now at this point, especially because they haven't played over here. Like if you have a player that came over and played in the CHL, then yeah, they might know English a little bit, or maybe they might be well versed in it. Anthony and I both know somebody who came over to America at a young age, but his mother was an English as a second language teacher over in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
You know him, fellow Islander fan, Anthony, George Powerglove.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
What a great nickname.
What?
All right, because the reason why I also asked that is twofold. Does it show processing information, or let me give it a different aspect. You guys are all baseball fans as much as I am. Who was your favorite player of the last 20 years?
What? I'm sorry.
Who's your favorite player in baseball the last 20 years?
Mine?
Yeah, just in general. Go ahead. Shoot.
Danny, it's the question we all want to know.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm going to go with this. For me, it goes David Wright, then Ichiro Suzuki. And Ichiro never spoke English in front of anybody without a translator. And he always was speaking Japanese. The translator would translate. You're talking about a great player no matter what. Do you put too much stock in knowing the language?
Yeah, I don't know if the stock is really put into it. I don't think that's why he dropped though either. So that's why I don't get. I'm not trying to undermine your point here, but I don't.
Oh no! You're supposed to try to talk about it. Don't worry about it.
I think
Gabriel Perreault right here.
You're thinking Gabriel Perreault?
That's my guess.
I think it's Ryan Leonard.
Wow.
They were I saw mocks with Kobe Barlow high because apparently he's sort of like a Tom Wilson type, but I don't think it's him, and I could see Dvorsky here if Washington wants to go safe because they could use a center.
Washington Capitals would like to acknowledge David Coyle's longtime contributions to our organization and congratulate him on an outstanding career. Washington selects Ryan Leonard from the U.S.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, man. Great.
So Ryan Leonard, Phil, you were talking about this, the Matthew Tkachuk effect. What makes him more like Matthew Tkachuk and looking at what he's going to do?
He has a ton. I mean, they just said it. There's a ton of jam to his game, but he's also a very skilled player. And I think the skill factor gets lost on him because of the jam. And I think people look at that line and they see a gifted goal scorer in Perreault, a great offensive all-around player, all-around offensively, I should say, Will Smith, a dynamic guy. And then they see Ryan Leonard and they think, oh, well, he's more of a plugger on the line. I really don't think that that's the case. I think this guy has incredible hands. I think he's got a better shot than people give credit for. And he understands how to drive play. Look at the power move to the net there. He picks up the puck out of the air, snipes a goalie. He understands where to go to get into scoring position. He understands how to separate himself from the defenders. His board work is great on top of that. That's just, I love this kid. I wish the Rangers could have traded up to get this kid. I just think that there's a lot of potential there. I don't think the skating is all that bad either. I really don't. I think he's a better skater than people give credit for, and he's going to throw around his body, and he's going to really, really give the opposition hell. So the fact that they don't even have a nameplate on the back of his jersey tells you that they were planning on somebody else. They were planning either Matvei Michkov or somebody else being available because they did not have his nameplate for the back of that jersey. That just tells you things got messed up.
You know, by the way, Anthony, I'm reminded about a story. Brian Burke gifted John Tavares the jersey that they were going to draft him in. And sometimes you got to wonder if that actually plays into effect on a guy. But in this case, sorry. So Ryan Leonard, they didn't think it was going to fall to them. They had. Now, is this more that they didn't think he was going to fall, or they thought it was going to be someone else going to be available?
No, I think that they were looking at Michkov. If I had to bet, they were looking at Michkov being the one available there, and the Flyers taking Leonard. I don't think they had that at all. You just added a Matthew Tkachuk type to a team that already has Tom Wilson, and Alexander Ovechkin, and Alexander Ovechkin's probably still going to be there when this kid makes his debut. And I think he can make his debut. He might even I was listening to the Marc show, the Friedman and Marc show, 32 Thoughts, and there was a scout on there. I don't remember his name, but he was saying that he thinks that Leonard could get games as soon as the season. I don't know if that's the case, but I could see it as soon as the following season. And Alexander Ovechkin's definitely going to be there because he's still going to be chasing Wayne Gretzky at that point. So, man. This is actually a good point from David Wood here. If the Capitals wanted Michkov that badly, it was 2 spots. They could have traded up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. I owe Leo a shot because apparently I butchered Jarmo Kekalainen.
Yes. And Willis Grady, there's some sort of pride in some people who are great in their profession presenting themselves publicly and not improperly speaking the language. Yeah, and you know what? I do agree with that. Like, if you're not comfortable speaking a language and you're not good at it and you understand that and you want to improve on it and you want to speak through a translator until that point, no problem. I don't think people should get flack for it. I really don't.
Phil, 2 factors in that, and I'm going to try to rush before they get to the podium. 2 factors. Carlos Beltran and MLB fought for translators to be present so that way you don't have other players trying to interpret what someone else is saying. Like Timo Perez didn't speak English. He felt more comfortable through a translator. Now, on the other hand, Will is a movie guy. Don't you remember Roberto Benigni won Best Actor for Life is Beautiful, and his thing was, I use up all of my English. Sometimes you can make that into your own thing where, look, I can't speak the language, so it is what it is. So, by the way, Leo, this is for you. All right, the Red Wings, the pick is in. Since I don't have anybody else with me right now, I actually don't have to worry. Oh, I got Phil back.
Sorry, I had to just do something real quick.
Oh, don't worry about it. You are allowed.
Oh, amazing quote right here, Will. Amazing quote. It's my favorite movie.
Who owns the Chiefs? Well, you know what? I think we're going to get together and talk about our favorite. Phil, what'd you say?
Got spoiled. A poster in the chat posted it.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna
a little bit behind.
QWERTY, I appreciate it, bud, but you're way far ahead of everybody. Can you please not ruin it in the chat for us? Just let everybody.
And Phil is the guy that looks at the chats.
Yeah, I'm the guy that looks at the chat. So please, I'm asking you as nicely as possible. Please don't ruin it for us going forward.
So wait, Phil, Nate Donaldson, where do we have him going? I forgot.
Nate Danielson was somebody middle of the round. I would have been comfortable taking him at 12, 13, anywhere from 12 to like 17, 18, I think he would have done. But yeah, this is a little bit of a reach, but I mean, I like this player. I really do. Like I said, Swiss Army knife. And if you saw the clips, he's scoring against Regina right here. Connor Bedard, again, said that he was the hardest player that he's played against, the toughest player that he's played against. So, no, hey, all right. Let's not just crap all over.
No, don't crush Cordy.
Yeah, don't crush him. We're just asking him to not,
First off, the number one culprit was me.
Yeah, Marc was doing it before Cordy was, and we crapped out.
Yeah, it's not Cordy. And by the way, quick question while we're at it, completely off topic.
Think about Scott's last comment.
I don't know where you at. Oh, I think it's a bet between me and Anthony.
Is it this one? No, not that one. Sorry. Is it this one? I'm guessing it's.
Oh, when it's in for 5 seconds. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's that one. Yeah, I mean that's all we're asking for at this point. We're not mad at Cordy. I don't want anyone to like kill him.
We're not mad. Yeah,
no,
we're not mad at all.
I'm just asking just because I check the chats. I'm the one who's usually going through it and helping everybody, and I want to be able to have live reactions to the pick and not.
And yeah,
I don't want to have to ignore guys. All right, so Marc, let me speak just for a second. I'm sorry, but I don't want to have to like ignore the chat because I want to see everybody's like stuff like that. But like just so that's why I'm asking to just kind of let us have the first reactions. And yeah, and Cordy's ahead of everybody. He is ahead of everybody. Ooh, that's the new Ducks jersey. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not what I wanted either.
Look, I gotta agree with you with that. I think it's a great jersey. I'm left with doing this.
Yeah, that's yeah. Let us announce it, guys. I think that's a real good idea, Scott. Let us announce it.
Yeah,
it's us on the live stream here, and then if you guys want to talk about it after we announce it, yeah.
And again, we're not mad at anybody.
No, we're not mad at anybody
If
at all.
anything, Phil should be mad at me.
Scott, I'm guessing you're talking about this comment right here. Again, I don't think anybody's talking about them as guarantees. It's just the potential of what they could be that one. So
that's what always comes out there, Scotty. Because, and by the way, if you don't follow Scott on Blue Shirts Nation, do that. However, I just want to plug him right there. However, yeah, it's a matter of it's about the potential of all these picks. This is the stock market. This is sports stock market, that specifically hockey, and you got to get them. Everybody looks at things and goes, "This is going to be Google. This is going to be Apple. This is going to be Tesla," and sometimes they end up being tough built, or I don't know, whichever dollar stock you could ever think of that thought was going to do great and you're going to be rich, and it wasn't. Or maybe it was okay, or maybe you lost money. That's why we're here. We're here to go with all these things. And I'm going through projections. Phil has seen all these prospects. He knows all these prospects. And after all, him and Steven on Sunday, if you haven't watched our mock draft, were absolutely brilliant. So I'll turn it over to you because the St. Louis Blues are heading the podium.
Okay. No, yeah, just about 10 picks in and no trades. So,
which Anthony, I do have to say, 10 picks in, no trades.
I like this.
Is starting to get to the area where I think a trade's happening.
I think, Will, you're talking about Danielson. Yeah, I like Danielson. I don't know if I would have went 9, but I do like the player a lot. I do like the player a lot. I think 9 might have been a little high with some of the other guys available.
And
that's why I'm not a general manager.
Willie, going with what you said right there, there are times where the selection, you can look at talent or you look at the player, the intangibles. You don't know sometimes. That's what the hard part is.
Let's see what. I mean, it's been an interesting draft. I can tell you that. So
yes, it has been.
There's Berube, Armstrong. Here we go. Dalibor Dvorsky. Okay. Wow. Okay. All right. So you know what? I like him at 10. It's a little bit further of a drop than I thought, but I had him anywhere from 6 to 10. I had him going more so between 6 and 8.
Didn't we have him go in the Capitals?
Yeah. I think if we did if you have the list, I don't know if you still have a list somewhere.
I gotta look it up.
Yeah, but you projected him at 18, Scott? Wow. Okay.
First off, Scott, damn.
That's oh no, 8. Okay, 8. All right, that makes more sense. Yeah, I do agree though. Solid pick, Scott. I'm guessing. All right, so I'll give you a little background here, Leo. Kid's a Swiss Army knife. Brandon Weekings, same team that Braden Schneider played for. I really do like the pick for the player itself. I think it's a little high, but you know what? I think that's the type of guy that turns into your team captain one day. I really do. He does all the little things it takes to win. Plus, he's got offensive flair to him. I do like the player. He reminds me a little bit of the guy who drafted him, Steve Yzerman, in terms of a stylistic comparison. Not that he's going to be Steve Yzerman. Let me please clarify that because I know someone somewhere will take that out of context. So I hope to God they can't clip it to the point where they say, oh, I think he's the next Steve Yzerman, which is not the case.
First off, Phil, when people start clipping us, then we know we're successful.
Yeah, exactly.
However, by the way, where was Steve Yzerman taken?
Steve Yzerman, I believe, was taken 4th overall in his draft.
4th overall. And where do you think he is all time on your list, top of your head? Not sticking to it.
All best players of all time?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 4th in 83. Okay. I had it right. I think, if anything, forwards are overall players.
Overall players.
Wow. I would say somewhere within the top 15.
Yeah, I would go in the 7 to 12 round.
I think so too, because I think I may have to. I'm not sure if I put Joe Sakic ahead of him, just because he has the MVP. I think better points per game record, but Steve Yzerman also as a Selkie was a point per game player while doing it, which is really good. He's one of the very few.
Really end of his career too.
Yeah, 2000, 99, 2000. But I think Yzerman, in terms of the great scorers, he was a phenomenal scorer up until about 1997. And then he became a real good defensive player, and they won. Yeah. It's actually a really good question here from Will. Do you think Kane takes his time and signs back, and why? Spend some time in LTIR signs. I think that could be the case. I think if he goes anywhere, I think it's one of the 1 or 2 places. I think it's either New York or Chicago at this point.
I do think I have to say this. It's a bit of a question that it has to be answered because you still have Buffalo in the equation. And if you're telling me he could recover from his surgery and go home and get a big payday, Buffalo would be the answer. Now, I still wonder about what his worth is to the New York Rangers, because they know they're not getting Patrick Kane, and also this hip surgery it's basically like the Tommy John for hockey players. Not a lot of guys like Nick Backstrom. He's recovered from it. I want to know what Nick Backstrom looks like afterwards.
I get the concern. I do. I definitely do. I think what it comes down to for me, and I think the team has to look at it probably this way as well, is the fact that they need right wing depth, and they need right wing depth that's cheap and affordable on the cap, because they're in a crunch right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I really do wonder if he comes back, and he said he wanted to be here. So I don't know. And yeah, a show me deal. Yeah. I wouldn't mind getting Callum Ritchie either. I think that'd be a good pick for the Rangers. I do.
Well, right now, the Vancouver Canucks are approaching the podium. I'm not saying anything, obviously. But, Phil, we got to say, this is definitely the one team out of all the teams that are around that I think they were the most amount of questions. Like, are they going to try to tear it all down, or are they going to try to do a soft rebuild? It's Cami Granado, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, women's hockey player of all time.
I think she's up there. I don't think she's the greatest. I think Haley Wickenheiser is the greatest women's player of all time.
Well, I mean, as far as American, I'm sorry.
American, yeah, definitely.
It's her definitely. Or it's
Hillary Knight is getting really
Hillary close. Knight.
Yeah.
All right, Phil, let me know when you hear it.
Wow, Tom Willander. Okay. I mean, I've heard Vancouver had interest in him. Looks like the reports were correct.
They love their Swedes in Vancouver.
By the way, Courtney, if you're still in here, man, feel free to jump into the chat. I mean, we weren't trying to kick you out or anything like that.
Oh, we're definitely not trying to kick you out.
No, I want to reiterate that. Please let me know if you're still here, man. Again, I feel bad. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure that we had the first reaction, so that way we could kind of have our reactions. That's part of the point of this stream. But, we want to make sure that everybody's included in the chat as well. So if the people who are watching that aren't commenting in the chat, feel free to jump in once the picks are made, once we have our reactions, please.
Yeah.
And again, if you got a drink, you can always play along and play bar talk with our with the picks like we're doing.
Which by the way, we're going to go back to these in a moment. We haven't done enough of that. Phil came up with this brilliant idea to do bar talk before the draft. I didn't publicize it enough. However, what I do have to tell you guys is that Anthony right now, that guy is working hard. He's on the phones, going through everything to find out right now. That's the only reason why you don't see him down below, because he is getting all the inside information from us. Phil, let's start from number 5. Beer, round, or a shot? David Reinbacher for the Montreal Canadiens.
I said beer for that one.
You did, and yes. You were right. Yeah, and I said beer too, because I'm starting from here only because it's just where it is. And
Tom Willander is committed to Boston University for 23-24. I like that. You know what? Let him come over, get used to North American ice, let him develop. I like that.
Phil,
use a great program.
Phil, I got to ask you a question. Am I doing a shot right now? Oh, wait. Here we go with Anthony. Losing a long conversation with agent
Paul Theophanis.
Thank you. I don't do a shot. He reps Semyon Varlamov, also Vladimir Tarasenko. I would not be surprised if Tarasenko ends up as the Islander. I would not be surprised.
I mean, he did like playing in New York, so maybe.
All right, Phil, here we go. Am I doing a shot in a second? Dmitry Simashev.
You're not doing a shot.
Whoa! All right, Simashev to Arizona. What do you think? Buying around, shot.
Shot.
Phil is saying shot.
Yeah, I'm saying shot on that one. I think that's just too much of a reach there.
Guys, I got to go with this. I got to go with shot too. Matvei Michkov is right there for the taking. And, I mean, why wouldn't you go for him? It doesn't make any sense.
So,
like, Matvei Michkov could very well end up being Alex Ovechkin, correct?
I don't know about that. I think he's going to be one of the best goal scorers in the league for a while. I think it's a guy that has the potential to be a 500 goal scorer when it's all said and done.
So, 500 goal scorer. You know how many people have scored 500 goals in the NHL? Certainly not Pat Verbeek, who drafted
Leo Carlsson.
Thank you, Leo Carlsson. I almost want to say Adam Fantilli.
Pat Verbeek wasn't a 500 goal scorer.
Oh, I'd take Pat Verbeek, though, any day of the week. Little ball hate
So,
to be on my team.
I definitely hated the fact that he left the Rangers. That was
God. Yeah, 40 goal season the year before you left. Come on. And by the way, Philadelphia Flyers, Matvei Michkov.
round. If you don't say round to this, I don't know what you're going to say round to.
I got to agree with you on that, Phil. It's got to be a round. Matvei Michkov falling all the way to 7. You got to be kidding me. All right, Ryan Leonard going to Washington Capitals.
Round. Love it.
All right.
Hate the fact that he's going to be there. Love the pick.
I love everything about him. Let's see if he's going to be Matthew Tkachuk. I'm still going round. You make the selection because that's a player.
They had to. You know what? They didn't plan on getting him, but I'm telling you right now, out of all the guys that they could have taken that they did not plan on getting, he's easily the best one. Easily the best pick.
All right.
I'll say beer for Danielson. I think it's a little bit of a reach, but I do like the player himself a lot. I think he's a future top 6 two-way center that maybe even could be a Selke guy one day.
I'm gonna go beer too because Steve Yzerman is making this pick. He's no dummy.
Steve
This
Yzerman
guy has literally done everything possible. The pick is in for Arizona, by the way. They are approaching the podium right now. This is from the Jacob Chikrin trade. If you haven't watched it, and if you know anything about me, you know how much I hate this trade to begin with because it took so damn long. And the Coyotes have made their selection. I'm going to wait for.
She's proud of you because you got one right. Maria, we all got to go out sometime. Me, Marc, Maria, Anthony, and Tony. And I got to get myself a girl so this way we can do like a 3, like a triple date thing. Oh, shut up. Oh.
Now, Phil, I want your reaction here.
Little bit of a reach.
Do they have to forget a boot it?
Oh, God. You're drinking just for that. And you're
I'm going to drink in a second.
Scott, I am not into the whole home wrecking thing. I appreciate your offer. But,
no, don't worry. He wouldn't share his wife anyway.
Good. I hope to God that you
oh no, he's a very good monogamous man.
I like the player, a 6'4" offensive player with good speed, good skating. You just heard Alex Tuch as a comparable. I like that one. I do. Excuse me, but I think that if anything, yeah, and you know what? I'll say this. I'm going to go back to Maddie's comment here. Boat jumped up a lot, but the Coyotes are taking 2 big swings there. But they can afford to do that, and that's part of why they're doing it. The only thing here is that I would have taken Michkov at their pick, and I would have taken the swing here instead of taking 2 swings. Scott is trying to trade up. Oh, God. That might be the comment of the night.
For what?
Oh, my God. That's great.
I mean, are you going for Wood if that's the case?
What, here?
Yeah.
I'm surprised Matthew Wood is not the pick here. He's dropping. Actually, he's not really dropping any bit. I would say he's probably still in the area to be picked. So let's take a look at our best available. So I'm going to delete the guys that are off the board here. So he's off the board. Danielson is off the board. Simashev and Willander are off the board. Daniel Boot is off the board. That was Bob McKenzie's 22. I'm going by Bob McKenzie's ranking, by the way, and I'm just kind of editing out. So the best available, according to McKenzie's final ranking, Zach Benson, Gabe Perreault, Matthew Wood, Colby Barlow, Oliver Moore, Axel Sandin Pellikka, Braden Yeager, Samuel Hanzik, Otto Stenberg, Callum Ritchie, Mikhail Gulyayev, Edward Chalet, Quentin Muskie, Theo Lindstein, Andrew Cristall, Oliver Bonk, Ethan Gauthier, Gavin Brindley, Bradley Nadeau, and I might have mispronounced that one, and Riley Height.
Do we even have something if you mispronounce it?
What's that?
Do we even have something if you mispronounce it?
I don't know. I don't think we do.
Usually you don't.
John Lee, who's the GM for the Coyotes? I think that's is it Zito?
No, Armstrong.
Oh, that's right, Armstrong. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, John D. Lee, thank you very much for the wrestling cat video you sent me. And us, because I passed it on the film.
I'm surprised that the Coyotes took 2 Russians, too. And they didn't take Michkov. So they were...
Zach Benson is still on the board. This has got to be a Buffalo Sabre, right?
I think this is a great pick if they take Benson here. I really do. I mean, to get Benson to fall 13 when he was pegged by many as a top 10 pick, just... Man.
I still can't believe Dmitry Simashev.
I can't believe it either. I like Matt Savoy last year at Savoy rather at 9th last year at 22. And just that's a real good pick. I mean, Isaac Rosen was a good pick at 21. A little bit of a reach, but still a good pick. I think he's still going to be a pretty good player. And you get Noah Ostlund and Yuri Coolidge there as late round picks. That's not bad at all.
And I'm sorry, everybody, because I got to do this again. The pick is in. And the Sabres are going to podium.
Going to go to Buffalo.
It's got to be Zach Benson, right?
Alan Avital. Varlamov about to re-sign 3 years, 2.5 to 275. It's not bad.
You got to be kidding me. I lost all my progress on my picker.
Right here by the Blackhawks table. I saw Kyle Davidson on the phone. I know they're one of the teams that wanted to move up in the first round. They full vote of picks 11. It's really difficult for them to do it. It's difficult for anyone to move up in the first round. The only 2 teams I've heard about shopping the first round picks are the Toronto Maple Leafs and St. Louis Blues. Both of them have late first round picks, but they're looking for roster players. We'll see if something materializes here. But
all right, here we go.
Saying Chicago looking to trade up a roster
I
pick.
wish somebody would trade up, not because I want to do a shot, but because here it goes.
Okay, let's see who it is. Tom, my TV's loud?
Yeah, your TV is a little bit loud, but I'm not worried about that.
Zach Benson.
It had to be Zach
you're not
Benson.
finishing your 6-pack, Leo.
It had to be Zach Benson because that's what made sense. Look, this guy was tailor-made to be a Buffalo Sabre draft pick and potentially a Buffalo Sabre. Because that's what we also have to say. Potentially You don't know if these guys are going to make it. That's why there's another level of hockey, if not two. But Phil, you've been very high on Zach Benson, and I think you picked him in the mock draft right here.
I think did I? I think I might have had him higher.
You might have had him as a Coyote last round.
But
you know what? I think you had him as a Coyote.
He's one of the most tenacious forecheckers and defenders I think I've seen.
It's time to order a drink. What are you drinking?
Oh, jeez. Oh, shit. Shut up.
What was that?
That was text messages I got. Anyway. Jesus, how do you segue out of that?
Into a comment.
Oh, please.
I feel like all these teams are loading up with really good players, and the MYR are aging and stuck with NMCs.
All right.
Kind of case, but I mean, we still have the pick at 23, so it's not the end of the world yet. Let's just hope that they don't go too far off the board with the pick,
or that they don't decide. Like one of the guys was asking tonight earlier, does Hedl get moved tonight? I think the answer is no.
No,
I think Phil Hedl stays.
I don't see Phil Hedl getting moved unless they're getting like a legitimate, like young top 6 forward in return. Because I think that they think that he could be that way sooner than later.
Well, we got the Pittsburgh Penguins drafted in the first round. God only knows the last time that happened.
I will be.
God only knows.
Right.
I think it's back here. But so you got the Penguins that are drafting in the first round. They just got Riley Smith today. Let's see what we got. Callum Ritchie is still available. Colby Barlow. You know what? Riley Height, there's another guy. I think he might go maybe second round. We're going to see about that. It's going to be interesting to see who takes what right now. What pick shocked you guys the most in this draft so far? Throw it down in the comments below. Let's go take a look. I'm not a fan of WHA players from the ice. Eventually, Sean Harold is saying, Big Apple Hockey, the only reason why I think Hedl was going to get moved is to make space for Othman. No, Othman's going to make nothing. And Hedel's the center. So that's kind of the way that it is. Tommy Smith is saying, Marc almost made it at the Croakers last weekend when I was up visiting family. Tommy, let me tell you this. You missed Coach Alange. He was in. And yeah, it was great seeing him. Dimitri is saying, Leo saying Dimitri Simashev easily is the one that was the highest pick. Danny, I remember this. For those of you who don't know, we are Blue Shirt Nation and All Things Rangers. We used to do a podcast together. And the first question I was asked was about Danny Cristo. And my first thought was, who the hell is this guy? So that's a great thing. You know, I got Phil and Anthony who know so much more about prospects than I do. And I do have to say, Danny Cristo, I looked at him his entire career, Phil. I'm telling a story about when I first did a podcast with Blue Shirt Nation. And Danny Cristo, to me, I called him Matt Zuccarello a couple times, and then Matt Zuccarello exploded and showed the player he could be. Danny Cristo was never going to be Matt Zuccarello, though.
Danny Cristo was a guy who had a great World Junior Championship playing on a line with Derek Stepan and Chris Kreider. And, yeah, Monte Cristo was what more he played like. But, yeah, I'm going to go with Gene's question here. What is my analysis on Callum Ritchie? Callum Ritchie, I think, is a real good player. Guy who likes to throw his weight around. I think he could end up being – the only question I have about him is whether he's a middle 6 player or is a top 6 player. That's really my question. But I'll shut up now because Kyle Dubas is about to make this pick. Yeah, that's a good pick, Braden Yeager at 14. So that's
now, is that a surprise to you or not?
No, this is right about where I expected him to get picked. A lot of mock drafts had him. The highest I think I've seen him was like 10, I think, on 1. But this is right around where he was mocked in just about every draft I saw. So I do like this pick there. I hate the fact that Pittsburgh got him. He's the type of guy that you win with.
Yeah.
He reminds me a little bit of Braden Point.
What about big game Brass?
Don't say he reminds me of Brassard all that much.
All right, I was just throwing out the name just to say it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Phil, by the way, host city is coming up next, the Nashville Predators. If you're in this position, who'd you be telling Barry Trotz to take the swing at?
It's got to be one of Gabriel Perreault or Matt Wood. One of those two. Or maybe even Oliver Moore. They could use a center. That was Bob McKenzie's 15th guy. Actually, Bob McKenzie had 15. He had him ranked 15th. So this is actually perfect spot for him. Bob McKenzie had actual Sandine Pellica ranked 14th, funny enough. So I'm surprised he hasn't been taken yet. And then Willander and Simashev were all taken before Sandine Pellica. I go either one of 3 players. I go either Perreault, Wood, or Moore. That's my top 3 right now. Colby Barlow is 12th by McKenzie. And the Linka Gretzky Cup, 9 points in 5 games for Yeager, almost 2 points per game. That's actually really good. Oh, Leo says he'd take a swing with Hanzek. Okay.
I've heard a lot of people start saying about Hanzek. I think he's rated as Megan's number 9th player. I'm looking at it right now, waiting for a ticker because I know he was on the ticker a minute ago. Samuel Hanzek from Vancouver.
Megan has Gabriel Perreault number 1 right now. Sandine Pellica at number 2, which is all right. Oliver Moore 3. Andrew Cristall, who's a real wild card. I've seen him not even in the first round at some mocks. Quentin Musty at 5. Mikhail Gulyayev at 6. Surprised she has Gulyayev that high. Matthew Wood at 7 for her? I mean, I thought Matthew Wood would probably be one of her 3 to 5 best remaining. Edward Chalet. There's Stenberg at 9, and then Hanzek, she has a 10 remaining.
Quick question. Does best available in your mind change if different picks happen?
Well, yeah, given who's who's taken. Like if Oliver Moore is taken here, then it moves everybody else up one. So it's going to change obviously by. Scott says I could see Drury going with defense though at 23. Yeah. Dominic Kim with a funny enough. Do they in German it's almost the same pronunciation, drafting Yager, so they have to take Jaeger. Scott,
it's actually kind of funny.
Lasting 8 more picks. Yeah, I could see it. I could see Richie lasting 8 picks. I could see the Rangers taking him if he's available.
Just updating some of our tickers so we can keep the picks coming to all of you.
I don't know. I don't know if Bonk at 23 is I mean, I could see it, I guess. I don't know if I would take Bonk at 23, depending on who's available. It depends on who's available, really. That's the thing. Like, I can't take a dump on any of these kids or anything like that. You know,
and no, should you?
Saying to the Rangers, like at 23, just because we really don't know who's going to be available yet. You know, there's still several picks before we get to that point. Let's see who's available, and then let's try to make the things there, or any like evaluations or assumptions there. You know.
And the pick is in right now with the Predators, the host team.
Barry Trotz.
And David Poile is going to announce the pick.
Wouldn't be shocked if it's Perreault. He's probably the best player available right now.
Here we go, Smashville. From the University of Connecticut, Matthew Wood.
I like the pick. I am buying around on this. Buying around.
All right.
A lot of people are drawing comparisons to Tage Thompson. And
Really?
I can see why. He's like 6'4" already. He's probably 6'6", 6'7" on skates. He might even be higher. He's got NHL lineage, son of former Islander Randy Wood.
Randy Wood, who, by the way, was the first penalty shot on Mike Richter.
Yep. And I don't think he scored on that.
He did not. Well,
No.
only one player scored on Mike Richter on
Doug
a penalty
Waite.
shot. Doug Waite.
Doug Waite. Yeah.
And it was his former teammate.
Yeah, exactly. So he might have had some insight. But yeah, this kid's a scorer. He is just incredible. I mean, and I tell you right now, I think the Rangers would have, if they were going to trade up, this may have been a guy that they would have targeted because he played right in their backyard for UConn. And you got to remember, Connecticut's right there. Chris Drury lives in that area. He owns a pizza place in that area too, Colony Pizza. If anybody's in Connecticut, and he plays for UConn. And some of their games are played where the Hartford Wolfpack play. So this kid's really good. 34 points in 35 games as a freshman with UConn. I just think that there's a real good package here to be excited about if you're the Nashville Predators. Size, skating might need a little work, but it is nothing that can really hold him back. I've heard people say Mark Stone. I don't know if he's that good defensively. I mean, again, Mark Stone had to do work to get that good. So again, every player has to do work to get that good defensively.
Yep.
But this is just the talent is just there, man. And the shot is incredible. Release is great. Great hands and tight. Look at that goal right there. Look at how in tight it was.
Somebody please tell Emily Kaplan to stop circling the microphone like this. I know I say too much. I'm just saying.
6'4", 200 pounds already. He's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna be NHL ready next year. Oh yeah, I just noticed that now. Yeah, she does that a lot.
Yeah, it does it a lot.
You're right.
She does the circular motion with the microphone.
Yeah, she needs to stop.
Hold it. Hold it.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, isn't messing up the audio quality too much, but I can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, she needs to stop doing that.
I think her opinions are good.
Yeah.
But
I just. Yeah,
All right,
I like that pick, though. I really do. I think this is a really, really good pick for this franchise.
And we got the Calgary Flames coming up next, by the way.
What's that?
Calgary Flames coming up next.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Maybe they take Gabriel Perreault here. I mean, the fact that Gabriel Perreault is falling all the way to the Calgary Flames, if they don't take him, I'd be really shocked. I'd be really, really shocked.
What about Axel?
Axel Sandin Pellikka? I mean, it could be a good pick.
I'll tell you what, if they don't take him now, he's going to the Detroit Red Wings.
Who?
I'm looking at the draft order right now and going.
I don't think Detroit takes another defenseman here. I think if Perreault is available, I mean, they took Danielson, so they took a forward. They could take a defenseman, actually. If Perreault goes here, I could definitely see Detroit taking Sandin Pellikka, because then you're building around a core of Seider, Edvinsson, and Sandin Pellikka. So, I mean, that's a pretty damn good core to work with. I think I've Jake Walton there, who actually kind of broke out this year for them.
Phil, you're about to see a graphic behind them. The Flames have drafted 2 players to score 500 goals. Is it Iginla and Nieuwendyk?
No, Iginla was a Dallas Stars draft pick. Nieuwendyk.
Oh, okay. Theo Fleury?
Oh, Brett Hull.
Oh, so your big claim to fame is that you traded both those players away. Good job. By the way, the pick is in right now for Calgary.
Yeah, they traded Joe Nieuwendyk away, but they got Jerome Iginla out of it.
Is this Craig Conroy at the podium right now?
Yeah, Craig Conroy is the new general manager.
Oh, my God. Age hit him like a truck.
I was looking down when I saw it, but that's not Craig Conroy.
That's not. Okay, good.
No. They're talking over.
Oh, wait. Okay, good. That's Craig Conroy. All right. Younger and better. Who the hell was the other guy?
I think that's Don Maloney.
Was that? All right, that could be Don Maloney.
He sounds like Dave. I think that's Don Maloney.
It could have been Don Maloney. I love hearing Dave Maloney. Here we go, Phil.
Yeah, it's Don Maloney.
Okay. I mean, Don Maloney is that age. But, Phil.
Shut up. Wow, okay. All right.
So Samuel Honzek goes with Calgary Flames. Phil, your thoughts on him?
It's almost not surprising because he's sort of in their backyard. He's close enough to them to where they got a lot of footage of him, and they're probably very familiar. They have a lot of scouts in that area, considering it's Western Canada. So I'm not really surprised by this. Not terribly surprised. I'm a little surprised that they took him over someone like Perreault. I don't think it's a huge reach. I've seen him mocked in the middle of rounds. My concerns are, is he a complimentary player at the NHL level?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not bad to draft a complimentary player here, but is he a play driver? And I don't know if he is. I really wonder about that. And if he's not a play driver, can you pair him with a play driver that's going to get the very best out of him? So to me, that's what it is for me. I get why scouts are looking at him and saying, wow, you know what? He's not a bad skater for his size. It does need a little work. He's they say 6'3" here. I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up playing at 6'4", 6'5".
Really? Higher than what was listed?
Well, I'm saying, like, he's still a kid. He's still a kid that can have a growth spurt. You got to remember that. So, yeah.
Usually when people say
there are better players out there. Okay. He needs to gain weight fast. I don't think he needs to gain weight fast. I think he needs to gain weight at a natural progression and then, add some muscle. If he adds muscle, he's going to add weight. So this whole gaining weight fast thing and kind of trying to force that onto a player, not exactly smart. No offense. It's you kind of like we've seen this with other players. Like Nathan McKinnon, he had a phenomenal rookie year for that time. 63 points at that time in the rookie year is probably closer to 80 points now as a rookie. So, this is it, David. They all need to bulk up. There are 17, 18-year-old kids. You gained weight fast. Yeah, it's called a freshman 15. So that, and I'm not saying that's necessarily what you did, but I know I did. I gained it. I went from about 140 pounds to like 150, 155. So
and Phil, I was a mediocre junior hockey player, and yet I still looked at myself and said, I'm 180 pounds. I need to make sure that I'm 195 by the time I get to there. And I was a 20-year-old playing against 18-year-olds.
All right, so let's just say this. He's going to look like I'm in my 54th trimester. All right, I got you there, Scott. But, yeah, you're looking at kids that are 17, 18 years old. They're going to have exposure now to NHL caliber strength and conditioning coaches, nutritionists. They're going to gain weight and they're going to gain the muscle. They're going to do it effectively. So yeah, I do think that there's definitely something to be said about gaining weight, but doing it naturally is really what you want to look for. So Matthew Wood taken off the board.
All right. And we got Calgary, who actually I gotta finish that for the ticker. Samuel. Okay, so there we go. We're gonna get back Calgary right now, because as we're waiting for now, Phil, let me ask you this question: you think the Islanders is going to regret losing this draft pick? Because, by the way, I can't remember who they traded this pick for.
Which pick is this?
This is the Detroit pick.
The Detroit pick?
Yeah.
This pick is from the Islanders?
Yeah.
What deal was this? I mean, it depends. Like, who did they get with this pick? Jim Nill wins the Jim Gregory Award. I mean, good for them. Good for Jim Nill. He did a really good job with Dallas. So.
Oh, I figured they would just give it right away to the Vegas GM, because that's what they did last year with Sakic.
This is the Islander. This was the Horvat pick, and then wait. So how did?
Well, it's a Horvat pick, but it says it's going to Detroit. Oh, I know what this is. This is the Philip Roenick one.
Oh, that's right, because Philip Roenick was moved for a first. Yeah. Oh, now it makes sense. Okay. So this is originally for it was traded twice then. Okay. Why did they just come back to go back to a break?
Because they're idiots. How is this not over the time?
I don't know. I'm surprised Megan Shaka has Otto Stenberg that high on the remaining players. I thought he would be a little lower because I've seen him mocked in like the the mid-late 20s in different drafts. I've seen him higher up, closer to 20 in some. Kasper Halttunen for 14th, okay. I mean, Oliver, Bob, David Edstrom.
By the way, quick thank you to the 38 of you right now in the chat. And just want to let you guys know, we appreciate you being here with us. We're growing every single time we do this. This is one of our best streams of the year. And, you know, it's great having you.
Cordy, yeah, no, again, like I said, Cordy, we weren't trying to like chastise you or anything, man. Just
Cordy, remember the biggest spoiler was me inadvertently.
Yeah, it was Marc was bad with that, so I had to.
Well, because I was off way too much.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. And the reason why is because we found that out with Leo Carlsson.
Yeah, Marc ruined the worst one of them all, because that was the one where everybody was like, "Whoa, okay."
Well, again, like it's like what we did last year, and you had to yell at me about that for when Romanov went off the board.
When he was traded?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, did the Islanders just get Romanov? And you had to scream to me, no, what? Waiting to hear. Oh, okay. With Detroit, by the way, everybody, I haven't used this enough tonight.
No, you're not the only one that thinks that Fanatics is the jersey supplier now.
By the way, it's funny you guys said that because my NHL thing fell off.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
Everybody's here. We go. This is how it was. It was originally the Islanders. They traded for Bo Horvat, and then it was flipped for Philip Roenick and a 4th round pick. Well, that's a great deal for Detroit.
Yeah, I mean,
number 17.
But Roenick's good, but not worth. I wouldn't have traded a 1st round pick for him.
Phil, this has got to be Axel, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look at the guy that they got rid of to be able to get this pick.
Axel Sandin Pelika.
You said it right.
Woo! Good, because I had this Sexton whiskey just in case. I mispronounced whiskey. Does that count?
No, I'm not holding you to that because you're just making drunk.
Quentin Musty is still sitting there for the Rangers.
That's a player that I would not mind at all at that pick. I do like Musty.
I'm going to try to move this away a little bit, see if I can help counteract the lack of light in the room.
Megan Shaka saying that she thinks Yzerman goes with Sandy Pelika too.
I think, come on. You drafted a forward, now you need a defenseman.
I mean, they could use a winger too, but they do have a franchise wing type in Lucas Raymond, so
yeah, but
they don't necessarily need to draft another winger here. So Sandy Pelika makes a ton of sense.
He makes so much sense for them. And
let's see here.
Phil, what do you got?
Just give it a minute. Yzerman's going up right now.
All right, he's talking.
Yeah. Made too much sense. Too much sense.
It makes too much sense.
And Megan Shaka.
Axel Sandy Pelika right there.
Good call by Megan Shaka on Axel Sandy Pelika.
Yeah. But this is also one of those situations where a guy falls so far, it changes around what the draft is. I'm trying to remember what our guy was when we did ours. Matter of fact, I'm going to go look that up right now. However, Phil, this made the most sense. And especially playing with a Swedish defenseman most of his career, he's going to choose a Swede. riveting for the audio people right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at some other stuff here.
Like we're always thinking, especially on this podcast, we got a lot of smart people. And right now we got 10,000 of you. Where was I? So just trying to look up where our mock draft was on this. And look, our mock draft, we're trying to figure out.
What's up, affiliate marketers? How you doing? Michael Bashi.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah, you gotta stop that button.
Oh no, I quickly tried to stop as quick as I could. 2nd through 8.
You gotta turn your audio off on that phone, then.
Oh no, I did it. I got it. Way to Brandon Yeager going to Nashville. And
I'd have to take a look at the draft again.
Doing it right now.
Oh, okay.
We got the Blackhawks coming next. We had Danielson going to the Red Wings.
Did I?
We did.
Oh, oh, wow. Yeah, at 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's not just you, Phil. It's all of us. When you say it, it's all of us.
So JGP to Colorado for 27th overall. Avs losing comfort. I don't think Colorado does that. I don't. I think it's too expensive of a contract for them to take on in a bottom 6. They need other things that they have to do. They need to get cheap top 6 help. Pajot is not doing that for them, so no. Colorado definitely says no to this.
By the way, for all of you that are just seeing this for the first time, we do a game called Who Says No, and it's a great game. You got to come and join with us. I got to say this. Colorado does say no to that.
Colorado absolutely says no to that.
They're starting to get a little bit tight around the cap too. If this happened without Ross Colton, I think Ross Colton they're going to count on a little bit more.
Yeah, they just gave up a 2nd-round pick to get Ross Colton, and I don't think Ross Colton is as close offensively yet, but Ross Colton is going to make maybe half of what Pajot is making, and he's going to give you close enough numbers, especially with increased minutes. There's no reason for Colorado to make that trade. Zero reason for them to make that trade.
Maybe in the offseason.
No, not even. What? Why? Pajot is how old now? I think he's 30. There's no reason for Colorado to make that trade. Zero. To go overpay a bottom 6 player with $8.5 million cap space? No way. Stop. You got to worry about Valeri Nichushkin, who's going to be out. So that's going to be cap space that they'll get from that. And obviously, Gabriel Landeskog, I'm not even figuring that into him. He's long-term injured reserve. So that's $7 million that you have in LTIR to work with. But there's no reason for them to make that deal. They're good down in the middle with McKinnon and Johansson. But Mikko Rantanen, and then where is your wing depth after that? Ross Colton? Arturi Lehkonen? No. Why are they going and getting Pajot? It's no. No. Stop. Quick to the Rangers? No. I don't want anything to do with Jonathan Quick. Sorry, but he's cooked. I've had this debate on Twitter with people earlier on today, and I say absolutely not to that. He's cooked. Bring back Halak at that point. And if you're looking,
this is the Jonathan Quick trade we were talking about, right?
No, Quick getting.
Oh, getting him, yeah.
Getting him for the Rangers for a backup. No, I want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. I don't know whether or not Benoit Allaire could resurrect his career. And I'm not saying that as an understatement or without hyperbole, as Winnipeg right now. Kevin Cheveldayoff, by the way, Phil, what do you think? Grand larceny was what he committed to LA this week?
He got a real good return on that deal for PLD. Really, really good.
Extremely good.
I like that. I really do like that return. I know Saravalli said it's kind of quantity. I'm going to shut up now. Shut they off speaking. Cordy said a shocker from Winnipeg. Okay, so this is going to be interesting.
Cordy, that's fine.
Okay, it's a little shocking, not too shocking for me. He's one of the best players available. So in terms of the best players left on the board, I forgot to get rid of Sandy Pellica from my list. Colby, is this the same list I was looking at? No, I was sorry. I did it off of Mackenzie's rankings, I believe. Where are Mackenzie's rankings? For me. Okay. So Colby Barlow was actually the second best player I had available left on the board according to Mackenzie's rankings. I use Mackenzie's rankings because Mackenzie's very, very highly regarded. No offense to anybody else, but he was the second best player that I had available. Gabe Perreault is actually the best one. So Colby Barlow is now off the board. My top 5 available right now, according to Mackenzie's rankings, are Perreault, Moore, Stenberg, Ritchie, and Gulyayev. And I gotta say, I would put Musty ahead of Chalet and Gulyayev for me. So I would have Musty somewhere in my 5. They're high on Stenberg. I'm not sure if Stenberg I would have over Ritchie or Musty, but Stenberg's probably 5 for me. So. Scott says with PLD gone, kind of shocking they went with Barlow as he was expecting him to go to the center. I mean, yeah, I could see why you would think that. I could definitely see why anyone would think that. But I think that in terms of best players available, listen, all this comes down to draft boards and who's available and how teams have players ranked on their boards. No matter what any of us say, no matter what Mackenzie or anybody else says about anything, whether it's Redline Report, whether it's ISS, anything like that, it comes down to the teams and their draft boards and what they think. So if Colby Barlow was Winnipeg's guy, which he was, and they were able to get him, then, I mean, good for them. Good for them.
I think that's what the hard part is with all this, Phil, is that we can't help but always look over and go, we as fans want our team to always have the most potential. And you know what? Like, you had it with Brendan Ottman. You can't help but look at Brendan Ottman right now with a lot of potential. And you're a guy that looked over and went, why did they take this guy? It's sometimes you have to trust the officials.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to trust the process. When it's close enough, though, where the two players, I mean, you can take need at that point. I assume that they like Scheifele and Velarde going forward. I don't know if they're going to re-sign Scheifele, considering his age, but maybe they you got to remember, they have Cole Perfetti. So
yeah. Phil, let me ask you this. There's 3 players that really interest me on that team right now, on the Winnipeg Jets. Obviously Mark Scheifele, but I'm not counting him. Obviously Blake Wheeler, I'm not counting him. Actually, and Connor Hellebuyck, it does interest me. But where does Nikolai Ehlers end up?
That's a good question.
Because I'm not looking at Josh Morrissey, who is very much in that same conversation, and Connor Hellebuck. But sorry, hiccups, everybody. But where does Ehlers end up?
Ehlers is an interesting one because his name has been in the rumor mill for feels like a while now. If anything, I don't know. It feels like there could be a bunch of different destinations for him. David, I don't know where you saw that. I would love to know. QWERTY, I would love Oliver Moore, but if Gabriel Perreault's available, you got to take Gabriel Perreault for the Rangers.
Well, Callum Ritchie, that's a guy.
I would take Gabriel Perreault over Callum Ritchie. The problem with Gabriel Perreault is that people think that he needs to work on the rest of his game other than scoring, and that's fine, including skating. But he is such a good, pure scorer. So, Leo, I mean, they're getting close. So if they feel like they want Perreault, then you know what? You could see it. Remember, they traded up for Schneider because they wanted Schneider because they had a fear that somebody was going to take Schneider. But I think Perreault gets taken here.
I'm waiting on your reaction.
Let's see here. What does Kyle Davidson do?
19th pick, NHL Draft. Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select Oliver Moore from the U.S. National.
Wow, Oliver Moore. Oh, man. Oh.
Is that a major steal in this draft?
19, I'm buying around on this pick at 19. I can't believe he fell this far. Can't believe he fell this far. Buying around. Love it.
All right. So first of all, let me get it up. And now let me do the graphic for you, Phil. And cheers to you. Let's buy around.
Marc, phrasing. Phrasing.
Let me get it up for you. Is that where you're?
Yeah, phrasing, Marc. The only person you should be getting it up for is Maria.
Trust me, it's the only person I'm getting it up for.
Good.
Yeah.
Phrasing from now on.
It's what happens when you have a wonderful girlfriend like that. Anyway, Oliver Moore, tell me more about him. What makes him such a great value?
Dynamic playmaker and goal scorer. Probably the best pure skater in this draft. I think hands down the best pure skater in this draft. I think he fits the prototypical today's NHL player. It's 5'11", 195 right now from what they're registering, but I think he plays at 6'1", maybe. He's going to be over 200 pounds. He's going to absolutely fly. I know the numbers are not crazy compared to guys like Perreault and Will Smith and Ryan Leonard, but those three played on the top line together. Oliver Moore was behind them. And this is just still a fantastic kid. Chicago got a real steal with this pick being this late.
By the way, everybody, make sure you're hitting that like button for us. And also, if you're watching us right now, one of the 34 that are religiously watching us, make sure you're telling everybody Big Apple Hockey, because that's what we are. And we got three great opponents.
They just rebuilt their center depth in one draft. Great job by Kyle Davidson. If he would have taken a defenseman here, I wouldn't have blamed him one bit, or even if he wanted to take another winger. But, you build down the middle and you win. And then if you want to go get another winger, then you go do it. But
see, Phil, by the way, I got to stop you because you got me in trouble. Obviously, I'm only getting it up for one.
Maria, just remember, I was just saying phrasing because it's
First off, there is none lovelier than the Miss Maria Constanzo. Anyway, okay, but so Oliver Moore, great speed. Would you compare him to, say, a Matthew Barzal? With the speed factor.
I don't know. He plays a different game from Barzal.
I was been skating.
Skating wise, that's tough. Barzal is one of the best skaters I've ever seen. In terms of just pure edge work, and technique, he's as sound of a skater as I've ever seen. Like, his skating is just phenomenal. Like when he mohawks with the puck, he doesn't lose speed from being at top speed. That's how good of a skater Matt Barzal is. And it's incredible to see him do that type of work. His pivot work, his cuts are just incredible.
All right. So again, just gauging because that's what you always have to do with these picks. You got to project what they can be and everything else.
I really like this pick. I think he's a little bit of a project more, and maybe that's why he fell. But I can't help but think that Chicago just got a dynamic number 2 center that could maybe be a number 1 center on other teams someday. But they're not going to have to worry about that because they got Connor friggin' Bedard at number 1. Wow, you rebuilt your center depth in one draft?
Well, Phil, I think it's going to get interesting in the next couple picks because here we are right now, Chicago Blackhawks. That's what we have. We got the Seattle Kraken coming up. Francis is walking to the podium. So sorry. Let me correct that. The pick is in.
Yeah. Gabe Perreault,
pick is in.
Cal Ritchie, Mikhail Goliayev. I wonder if Seattle would take a defenseman. I mean, they have a good young offensive defenseman in Vince Dunn that's starting to break out.
And we're 3 away from the New York Rangers, which is interesting to see what they do.
And Brian Boucher just said they feel like they need defense. All right, literally right after I said it. Cordy, don't say anything more. Scott, you did. Definitely going to give you credit for that one. You did. Good call, Scott. Maria. All right, I'm going to shut up now. They're about to make the pick.
Here it goes.
Whoa, Edward Chalet. All right. And I remember, and I'm not even gonna say wow here, Cordy, because if you watch the mock draft, I said he was literally, if it wasn't for Michkov, he was the most polarizing player in this draft. Because this guy was mocked all over the place. Earlier on in the year, some had him in the top 10. He had a bad year, dropped off big time. I just think if this guy gets himself in check,
no pun intended.
Sorry, that's not intentional. Not intentional pun. I think if he gets his house in order, rather, I think this kid is an offensive dynamo, and I think this is going to be a real good pick for him at 20. I really do like this pick. I'm going to buy a round for this pick.
Buy a round. All right. Cheers. Let me bring up the graphic on that. Phil is buying a round on this one. Everybody, make sure you're drinking up.
I like this pick at 20. I really do. And you know what? Seattle, unexpected playoff berth this year. He's good at tennis. Tennis players have some of the absolute best cardiovascular conditioning of any athlete in the world. My grandfather was a tennis pro. He was a squash pro. played all over the place. Went to Canada, Europe for various tournaments when he was younger. I've seen the pictures of it. And I tell you right now, you have to have some level of physical conditioning. Like if I had to take a bet on who is the better conditioned athlete between Roger Federer, Connor McDavid, I don't know, maybe like Tyreek Hill or I don't know, maybe someone from basketball. I'm trying to think of somebody from basketball. Maybe Giannis or something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to maybe a point guard or something like that, like Steph Curry or shooting guard. I would say Roger Federer probably was in his peak, was the best conditioned of them all.
And I know what you mean because you're talking about someone that goes side to side really well.
Side to side work is tougher than anything. And that's why Herb Brooks had the U.S. Olympic team in 1980 work on those 10,000 suicides because he was going to get the dog out of those players. What do you I just noticed that.
Oh, God, I just noticed that.
It's got to be Anthony. Oh,
it's got to be Anthony. He's the only one doing it. He's the only one to access. God, first off, by the way, Anthony's right about a lot of things. I am a left wing mostly, and I would probably be a Bender U. Oh, Bender is great. Bender, because I would probably be in Bender University other than Bender Rodriguez.
Out of all of Anthony's pranks that he's done on this show, it's probably the best one.
I don't know. The engagement one is also good, but still, this is definitely one of the best ones.
This is definitely at least top 3.
I just don't know if I'd go back in the draft. By the way, Bill Guerin approaching the podium right now. The pick is in. Let me get that graphic up. I have not used this graphic enough tonight, and actually, this is one of the ones I like. We did it yesterday, and first off, by the way, Phil, I'm just happy I was drafted.
Yeah,
I can't believe I granted Neil Smith today. That I walked by Neil Smith and they liked my shirt.
That's awesome. Yeah, so guys, we at some point we're gonna have Neil Smith on with us, so be on the lookout for that.
And look, Anthony's got his connections too. He does this all the time, and I can't wait
with the good work on that. But Marc ended up getting. I wonder if they take Perreault here. I really do. They could use a scoring winger, but they could also use a center. Could Andrew Cristall has been listed as a center.
Andrew Cristall hasn't been mentioned yet. That was making me wonder if he's the most underrated guy. And by the way, Bill Guerin, I think for his handcuffs he's had in Minnesota. And Granny, if you're watching this,
see what they do.
He's done a great job. Oh my God. What a great joke. Well, I'll get you here one of these days. Really?
Also, great thank you to the city of
I'm
Nashville.
No, don't worry.
I went to the banner sections this way. Can't see the chat. I don't even want to hint. I don't even want to hint at it.
Minnesota Wild, proudly select University of Wisconsin, Charlie Strammel.
Wow! Holy crap, Charlie Strammel?
Yeah, I think Anthony beat me to it because I think I wrote in. I didn't even do NCAA. Anthony got me in there.
Yeah, he definitely got in there before you did then.
Wow. Look, all right. So, Phil, what do you know about Charlie Strammel?
Decent size. I'm not really high on him. And I've been wrong before. But, I mean, he's a big two-way center that can score in tight. I really wonder about what his ceiling is at the next level. I think his floor is high. I just think the ceiling may be a little low.
No,
he's a project though. I mean 6'3", 222 already. He's a St. Paul kid. He's a big boy already. You don't even have to see the numbers to know that he's got NHL ready size.
Like
skating is what I wonder about right now. So
worst case scenario, you're looking at third one. It's Phil. Worst case scenario, he doesn't explode. You're looking at maybe Manny Malhotra or something like that?
No, I think you're looking at closer to Joel Eriksson-Ek.
Okay.
Just because you want a comparison with size, style of play. Joel Eriksson-Ek would be. I think if he doesn't develop to his ceiling, I think that's the player you're looking at. Something like that. Yeah, I agree with Anthony on this. If the Rangers don't draft Perreault, I think Drury should be fired. That's if Philadelphia doesn't get him. And I think Philadelphia could absolutely take him. But I doubt it at this point because they already took Matvei Michkov. Charlie Strammel wasn't even in McKenzie's top 32. He wasn't in Craig Button's mock.
No, he wasn't anybody's mock. I tried getting him, and I had to make sure I got all the answers.
Yeah, I don't see. All right, so the best available that I see right now, mine are probably Perreault, Quentin Musty, Cal Ritchie, Otto Stenberg, and then I got to go Andrew Kristoff.
Okay. So put yourself right now in the seats of Chuck Fletcher. Oh, wait. I meant a competent GM. That he's got a draft pick right now. This is obviously Daniel Briere, Keith Jones. Who is Philadelphia taking next pick if you were that GM?
I would imagine they would take a center or a defenseman. You just traded your number one defenseman away in Ivan Provorov. There's Mikhail Gulyayev and Theo Lindstein are both available. I don't think they take Oliver Bonk. I don't think the ceiling's high enough for them to take him here with some of the other players that are available. I think the floor is there. I think he's a surefire 4-5 defenseman in the NHL. If the offense develops, I think he could be a little better. I just have serious doubts as to whether or not that does develop anymore. I'm not saying that his puck handling skills are bad, but they definitely need to improve in order for him to log significant minutes at the next level, like top pairing minutes, I would say. I think he's got to be at least competent at moving the puck out of his own zone, making a good first pass. Not saying he's bad at that, but I just wonder if it's ever going to be good enough for him to be playing top pairing minutes unless he's given a guy that could be the real facilitating puck mover on that pairing, like the Leech to the Bukaboom, if you will. I could see them taking Musty here, maybe, because it just makes sense because of the size. because they took a smaller winger with their other pick, but I could see a center or a defenseman here. I think they prioritize center or defense here. And I think it's either Cal Ritchie or Gulyayev.
22nd selection. Flyers are proud to select the London Knights of the OHL, Oliver Bunk.
Wow! Are you kidding? Okay. I was not looking at the comment section. As you can see, I was looking at the TV, so I did not see Amanda ruin it for everybody.
Well, also, you didn't see the banner where Anthony ruined it for us as well.
I did not see that. So please don't.
Me and Anthony were actually fighting on who was going to update Oliver Bonk. Right now, we got control room, Anthony.
Anything like that, Anthony. I'm begging you, please don't.
Yeah, and just wait until after he does it. You're a little bit off. Just wait until he says it.
I want Perot too here. You got to take Perot here. It's got to be Perot.
I can't believe Perot is falling all the way here. Now, look, just to give you an example, David Wright fell to the end of the first round. Dan Marino fell to the end of the first round. Henrik Lundqvist fell to the 7th round. Like, you don't know what you're getting sometimes in the draft. Michael Jordan had 3 players drafted ahead of him. Sorry, 2 players, which were David. Sam Bowie, and Hakeem Olajuwon. It just happens. So before people overreact, but on the other hand, Phil, here's the reason why I'll say Gabriel Pajot. Oh, sorry, Perot. We're talking about Pajot before. Gabriel Perot, I do take stock in when your dad was a professional, because I think you understand what it takes to be a professional.
Yeah, you get to see what it's like to have a father that's away. You don't really get to see all the insights of like what he's doing, but I do not want Otto Stenberg at that pick. There are 2 or 3 other guys that I would take before him. I would take Andrew Kristoff before him too.
There's another. What about Richie? Callum Richie hasn't been taken.
With Gabriel Perot available, no. I mean, no.
We got 43 of you right now watching. Thank you very much, everybody. Make sure you're in that like button for us, because we have got to break down the Rangers pick in a minute. And trust me, there is a lot to talk about. And especially, we might be joining it up with the Hockey Podcast Network in a minute. One of us might be going over there, probably me. And I mean, Amanda, that's good.
Every Ranger fan is saying what you're saying, Amanda. Every Ranger fan. Just please don't mess this one up. Please don't big brain it. Please just take Gabriel Perot. They need a right winger too.
What they haven't said is who was the last New York.
I hope to God that you just not ruin this pick.
Oh no, they haven't announced it yet.
Okay, all right, good. Please don't say anything until I've actually given the reaction.
No one is saying it. But by the way, I would guess either Richie or Riley Height. I'm going to go that far down.
I don't think they take Riley Height here. And I think that would be just with the guys that are available. I just don't think you take that.
All right, everybody. Let's get that graphic up. The pick is in. We got Anthony.
Hold on.
Second favorite Anthony, control room Anthony. Let's see what we got, everybody. All right. Rangers are starting to take the stage. By the way, Peter Laviolette's up there. Sure, they didn't want to interview 9,000 more people first.
I like his game. He's a really good player. They also have a youngster in their group, in Hoffman. That's a kind of hard edge forward as well. And Brett Hoffman. So
one of my favorite things is when you said they can't draft a Jack Eichel, can they?
Also, he's still out there too. Gavin Britney's a little guy. Man, I love him.
There's a bunch of different candidates.
Don't go with Brinley just because you have like grit.
Nope.
Okay, hold on.
So the Rangers pick is in 23rd overall for them. Did not have a first round pick last year. So here comes the Rangers pick.
Please don't mess this up. Please don't mess this up.
New York Rangers are proud to select from the U.S. under-18 team, Gabriel Perreault.
Yes! Yes! Thank you! Thank you! Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Oh, yes!
All right, so Phil, why are you so pumped up for this pick?
One of the best natural scorers in this draft. You don't pass on a talent like this at 23. You just don't. This is a guy that was mocked in the top 10 by some. Was mocked anywhere as high. I think I saw 9 for one of them. Just hockey smarts. Like
Now, how much is this in the bloodline?
Look at the shot.
Why? I saw the shot. What's it in the bloodline?
Smarts. Smarts.
All right.
He broke Austin Matthews' record.
What, assists?
It's a points record.
46 goals.
Yeah, 46 goals rather. Sorry.
Wow.
Just
It's so interesting to watch because
wow. Oh,
Gabriel Perreault.
I love this. He's going to need to bulk up. And he's not going to be there anytime soon. But look at that. 100 points in 55 games. And yeah, you want to say that he's a part of a line? Yeah. See, look, they did not expect to get him. That tells you right there that they did not expect to get him. Let's go.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Oh, my God.
What makes it think they didn't expect to get him? What makes you say that they didn't expect him?
No name on the back of the jersey.
Boom! All right. So evaluate this pick for me, Phil. We're doing bar talk. What are you grading this?
Round. I love this pick. This is, I mean, the Kako pick. Obviously, you had to take him at 2. He was a consensus 2. So you love getting the kid, but you knew that was going to happen.
I'm actually going to go round on this too. I think we had him in like the mid 15, 16 in that area. I'm going to look that up right now, find out exactly where we had him.
Hold on.
Dad Yannick played over 800 games in the NHL. What are some of the biggest lessons he taught you?
Yeah, I think growing up, you always want to be that. You know, have fun with it, and you always want to be.
I think we had him to Calgary, actually. Let me see that. Nope. We had Saleh going there.
Also, the single season record for assists for Jack.
All right. Danielson.
Pretty cool. And those guys,
The Kraken, I believe, is the one that we had singing
I want to ask about your fit tonight.
Perreault.
Dramatic look, but it looked like it has some interesting lining in the suit jacket.
I mean,
oh, I did not see Glorious costumes.
this is
Leo buying the entire bar for this pick.
oh wow, Leo is going nuts.
Tom on Angst, I am buying shots. Okay, everybody, I think we can rejoice. This is going to be a pretty good pick. This is going to be a pretty good player. To get a player like this to drop this far, this is the happiest I've been with a player falling this far since, I hate saying this because of what happened, but Alexei Sharapanov.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. Look at this. 132 points. 132, the most. Just, oh my God, look at that number. That just, I know it's USNTTP, but like, oh my God. That number is just disgusting. 79 assists, 53 goals.
Look, his dad could teach him how to take a face off in his sleep.
Yeah.
And
He was
then
one of the best face-off men of the last 25 years.
maybe all time. And
One up there.
And Phil, I know it says right wing, so it doesn't mean, but guys get kicked out of faceoffs all the time. This is one of those things where you go, yeah. First off, Michael Pekka is an assistant coach with the New York Rangers. He'll teach them how to take faceoffs.
How long is he into the NHL? I want to say 2 to 3 years.
2 years.
I want to say at least 2 years.
I'll say 2 years.
I think that he has some bulking up to do. I think he has some work to do in his skating. And some overall work to do on his game, but I'd say 2 to 3 years at least.
It's what's funny about this, Phil, because in the NHL draft, this is more about not the finished product. It's what they can be. And if you look at the New York Rangers, Chris Kreider was always supposed to be what he was last year in their minds. And he wasn't. And they held on to him long enough. He was good enough for them to hold on to long enough to get a bargain and get a 53-goal scorer. And that's what you're looking at with some of these guys. I got to wonder what their top line will look like in about 2 years with Brendan Ottman and potentially Perreault on the same line.
Tomas Sandstrom 2.0.
Wow.
And I would love if he turned out to be Tomas Sandstrom. And remember, Tomas Sandstrom was a hell of a scorer before the Rangers traded him. Turned into a real good one afterwards too, playing in LA and Detroit and Pittsburgh. But
yeah. By the way, the pick is in on host Nashville. Let me get that. Roman Josi is about to announce it.
One of the best looking men in the NHL. That guy has some Henrik Lundqvist vibes to him.
Ladies that are watching, who's better looking, and even men, you could announce it too.
Just Roman Josi.
Who's better looking, Roman Josi or Henrik Lundqvist?
I would say Lundqvist, but Roman Josi. If I look like Roman Josi, I'd be pulling some serious ass.
Phil, wait till you see this name.
What? Wow. This is a bit of a reach, man. I'm going to buy a shot on this pick.
By the way, just for everybody to let you know, Big Apple Hockey is going to be lasting a long time. So when you can replay us saying stuff like that, I'm going to buy a shot of this pick, it's a bit of a reach. Don't worry about it. It's what it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be doing this.
We wanted to have fun with this. Is it the most professional thing to do? I mean, we're not trying to be.
We're never going to insult the player.
TSN.
This guy is probably a great guy. Whenever we say it's a bit of a reach, because we go with draft rankings and everything else, we're never insulting somebody. Don't ever think that. That being said, Phil, I need your evaluation. You took a shot.
A puck mover, yeah, and Nashville can use puck movers, and you could afford to take a little bit of a swing here. But I'm buying a shot just because Gulyayev was available. I don't know what happened to Marc there, but
I hit my laptop the wrong way.
Good job, bud. Good job. Do a shot for that one.
Okay.
I don't have to tell him twice. Maria ends up with alcohol poisoning. It's not my fault.
Maria, I'm fine.
It's hockey. We're having fun, and that's what we're here for. Remember, Big Apple Hockey is supposed to be fun. We are not TSN. We are not Sportsnet. We are not RDS. We are not ESPN. We are – Anthony's gone, unfortunately.
Remember, we have 3 words we always say for us. We're fun, informative, and interactive. So we always want to hear what you think.
Yeah. Is that Carrie Underwood performing that?
What?
Sounds like her. And I wouldn't be shocked because of her ties to the organization. So,
by the way, Phil, do you know what's amazing?
well,
I still blow this up thinking about it.
Anthony's back.
Anthony's back on again. All right. So, Phil, when they brought out the big guns, Game 6 versus Pittsburgh, and they had the big guns to sing the national anthem, I'm like, this has got to be Carrie Underwood. This is not going to be another game in Nashville. And what happened? It was Faith Hill. I'm going.
Yeah, that would have shocked me to the core too, considering Carrie's connections to the franchise for a long time with husband Mike Fisher, obviously. But I definitely can. I would have been shocked too. I want to know what you guys are all thinking and feeling about Gabriel Perreault right now. Put it in the chat. Let us know. Let us know how you're feeling. You're good. I'm going to go grab another beer because I'm pretty much out of this one. So
good. Phil, I'm going to go 3 more picks because I have to meet up with people on Broadway. But I want to hear what you guys are going to think because, after all, that's why we're here. We're here for you. We're not here to hear us think. Don't worry about that.
Marc, you can definitely head out at one point if you
no. Well, we're gonna wait.
I mean, we have 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32.
Like, are you a little bit surprised Gavin Brindley wasn't drafted by now? Like, I mean, there's good play. Again, I compliment the NHL on this. It is starting to become like the NFL draft. The difference is, and we are going to be in one way or another at the next year's draft. I am promising everybody that right now. And as much as I love this stream, this is the reason why we do this. We do this to encourage hockey fans. We want to grow hockey. We are all hockey lovers. Anthony, Phil, me. And
I like that comment.
I like the pick. We need a right wing. He's a good goal scorer. He is good at hockey as well. Marc is saying, Matt, I want a Richie. We need a center, not a left wing. Trade bait somewhere. Is he good, though? That's a good question.
Christopher Alvano.
Oh, hey, Chris.
So,
go ahead and read it.
No, I mean, he beat Matthews' record, so he's got to be good. Plus, he had 132 points. Going to Boston College, again, that's another. It's another great program. So let's see. St. Louis's pick is in.
All right, St. Louis pick is in.
Otto Stenberg. All right, so Otto
Stenberg is
the best player that I had remaining. Actually, no, you know what? I would have had him number 3 behind Musty and Richie. So, all right. So Anthony got to it before I did.
I think this is a very,
and it's a Frölunda program that's known for developing good players over the years. So, Leo, we needed a natural goal scorer. Love the pick. Leo saying best Swedish player in this draft after Carlsson. Lindstein can make an argument there. I've heard people say Edstrom. Nobody has taken Musty yet, Everest. No one.
Nobody Musty.
He's probably the best player available on my board right now. I would say my board probably looks like Musty, Richie, Cristal.
By the way, Phil,
I'm going to go probably
Edstrom, no relation to Tobias Edstrom, right?
No, Edstrom,
Edstrom.
not Enstrom.
All right. That's one I want to make sure.
No trades as so far is kind of disappointing. Yep. This draft has put the insiders to sleep. Anthony is right about that. I feel that RW is a great pick. We needed more than an RW than a center. I agree.
I do happen to say this. I think no trades is commonplace for NHL draft because when you don't have players or GMs in the same room, like last year was an outlier. There were 8 trades. This one, I said 8 as a number. I was trying to remember how many shots I did last year. I was fucking blasted doing it. But I mean, Phil, usually with the NHL draft, they'll go, this is where we are, this is where we're slotted, that's it.
Possession style, offensive puck zone recovery. I mean, power play. I mean, I think this kid's a pretty good player, Stenberg. I'm gonna buy around for this pick. I do like this pick at the position. He's been mocked all over the 20s. I've even seen him ranked as high as I think 16 was the highest I think I've seen him. He's playing in SHL juniors, so you would like to see what he could do against men. But he did play a few games against men. I mean, it's tough for me to gauge those numbers when you have a player that's 17, 18 years old playing against men. He's not going to get a lot of time, and those players usually hit it. Like, he had 3 points in, 26 games? But it just, I don't know. It's tough to kind of gauge a player like that. Played across 2 different leagues this year. So I do like the player, though. I really do. Why do I think Musty is dropped? Is the skating a big concern? That's the thing. Musics, I think, is very happy with Gabriel Perreault. Yeah, I'm happy too.
All right. Now, Phil, all right. Go with what you're thinking about Perreault. Is this a fortunate drop that went to them?
I think so. I really do. I wonder what teams were thinking about his play, because he's got a good bloodline and seems like a good kid. There's nothing off ice that you could really point to. I would say, if anything, is the skating that much of a concern with Perreault? Is the size a concern? I don't see the size being that much of a concern in today's day and age, unless the skating is uncorrectable. Like like if you can't improve upon it, then yeah, I get it. But you go get a good skating coach, and you really could do a lot of work with a guy like Perreault, and you could fix that skating problem. And to me, I think that 162 pounds, it's not uncommon to see players anymore at this day and age that are 160, 170 pounds at most. Like, look at all the players in this draft.
I've got to say this. I had a very reliable NHL lifer say to me today he was shocked at the size of Connor Bedard, because 20 years ago he wouldn't be drafted.
Is it the man that I'm thinking?
Is the man you're thinking of. Don't worry about that. Hopefully a soon-to-be guest on.
There it is, Musty. There it is.
Yeah, there's Quentin Musty. He's where is he going?
San Jose.
I thought San Jose was the one. All right, never mind. It's obviously San Jose. That's who said it. It's it's one of those things that shocks people because smaller players are now accessible in the game today because they're allowed to do what they can do. Like, I've said this all the time. My teammate in high school, Marty Hughes, that guy could do anything he wanted to on a hockey rink. And his nephews, Jack, Quentin, and Luke, all the same. It's just sometimes it's hard to do it because in the NHL they made it all about size in the late 90s. If this was the 90s, Connor Bedard would never be heard of.
I don't think that. I really don't think that. I just don't think he would have gone first overall.
Yeah.
I think there's just too much talent to pass up there.
And I'm not trying to knock him. I'm waiting to see what
he's a New York kid too. I like the fact that he's a New York kid. I'm happy that he's in San Jose, so the Rangers don't have to deal with him very often.
Yeah.
The Rangers. Anthony just I don't know what this is, why he's putting up King Hippo or what.
I don't know why he's putting up.
Oh, God. Yeah. King Hippo is actually very easy to beat. One little thing you have to do to just knock him out. It's great.
Actually, Anthony, we need to go away so you know how much I can drink. Because I can.
I would love to go to Nashville. We love our
It's
house.
a great time. I do have to say this. I met so many great people today.
So that was my best available.
And not many. I can't believe I just walked on the street and I met Neil Smith today. Like, you got the Rangers a Stanley Cup. You know how many people did that in the last 80 years? Just you. The only thing I disagree with him on is if he ever traded. I did ask him about Marc Savard. He had a great answer. I'm going to give you guys that in private. But he also gave a great answer on. There's a lot of politics that happen with him. I just can't believe this guy is being like how he's not a GM today. I don't understand it. So, like, why isn't Neil Smith giving him the job after the New York Rangers?
The New York Islanders, you mean?
No, the Rangers. Neil Smith.
He was given a job with the New York.
I know what you mean. That's not what I was getting at.
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at then because he was given a job, but what all right, so what's your point?
How is he going to not an NHL GM?
Right now, I don't know, but I mean, it's. I'm guessing people think that he has an older mindset and that the game has passed him by. I don't necessarily agree with that because I don't really know.
Do you think talent evaluators can ever have the game pass them by?
I think they look so good.
I don't know.
You're evaluating talent. You're not evaluating the intangibles.
He's been out of the game for a while, but I mean, like, at least as a general manager, I should say. But, like, I don't know.
All right.
How does Colorado do it? It's easy. Chuck Thornton gives up a first-round pick for a player that isn't really living up to projection. So.
Oh, so the pick is in.
So Pierre LeBrun reported earlier at about 5:44. Panthers have interest in Noah Hannafin, but Flames want Anthony Duclair as a part of that deal. That'd be an interesting one.
All right. What if they're not trading with Florida?
The
Yeah, they're so stacked up.
Everett, Neil Smith screwed. Colorado can't take a defenseman here. They need a forward.
What do you think?
I think they take Andrew Cristall here. I just think it makes too much sense. I wonder if Ethan Gauthier would be a pick. But I think it's Cristall.
Colorado Avalanche are proud to select from Oshawa, Callum Ritchie.
Wow. Okay. So they went center.
Yeah.
He went center. He was my number one player available at this point. Okay.
All right. So what makes Callum Ritchie so great?
Just a real smart, sound hockey player. I just think he plays hockey the right way. Can score, can make plays. Got a great shot, as you can see here. I just think that what's the ceiling for me? What's the ceiling? Is he a top 6 player?
I'm going to read a text
Yeah.
Won't say which former NHL player. Known him since he's a kid.
Just
honestly believes the top 10 pick. If he goes after that, the team that grabs him, he's going to get a
weeks he thinks he was a top 10 pick.
To Bush's point, played with a dislocated shoulder all year.
And
still a point per game player.
I mean, dislocated shoulder and point per game play. I knew he was hurt this year, but I didn't know it was a dislocated shoulder. That actually changes a lot of things.
That does change a lot.
Because I mean, he is at exactly a point per game with a dislocated shoulder in his draft year.
Can I ask this question? As Anthony pointed out right here, the Hurricanes are exploring the trade market for Brett Pesce.
I'm not surprised by this. Not surprised by this.
I'm not surprised by this, but this is more of a off season than day 2. Would you say? Like, do you think Brett Pesce goes for a 2nd round pick?
I don't know. I just. It's tough for me.
We get that.
I get why people don't want to give up a 1st round pick for a defenseman that isn't much of a scorer, but he's a minutes logger, man. And yeah, and I do agree with that. Must mean that the extension talks aren't going well. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. He probably wants to hit free agency, and that's probably why they want to do it.
Is he looking for Jacob Slavin money?
I don't think he's that good. But he did. I mean, Cal Ritchie does have a really good shot, though. I mean,
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's got a really good shot.
It's like there was a pass one of my defensemen gave me this week that I took it in my skates and it bent my stick back. I ended up whipping it out and it ended up 5 feet away from me. Some of those guys.
God, yeah. If the Hurricanes traded Pesce away to get D'Angelo, it would be horrible. I do agree. That'd be some terrible asset management.
That'd be bad. That'd be awful. Like, Pete's on me about that. D'Angelo on that defensive unit.
Do you take a defenseman here, especially after dealing with Rasmus Sandin? Theo Lindstein,
Yeah, they have to.
Are probably they're 2 of the top 3 players remaining on my list. I wouldn't be shocked if it was a defenseman here. I really wouldn't. And you could go. Lindstein mocked in like the mid-20s, so this is actually not a bad area for him. Not a bad pick to take him in, I should say. I wonder if Toronto would take Lukas Dragicevic. I've seen him mocked like in this area in some drafts. I've seen him outside of the 1st round in others.
unbelievable. I can't put into words.
There's a team that won the Stanley Cup just 2 years ago. Which players are you most excited to play with there?
I mean, all the guys.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah.
And obviously, Linus Scott.
Wait. Hold on. Peter Zezel?
Peter Zezel passed away.
So, I mean, anything I can learn from them would be great.
We talked about your shoulder
Really?
this year.
Peter Zezel passed away?
Yeah, it was
A while ago.
Oh, man.
Wait until the season's over.
Why were you talking about Peter Zezel for?
I'm glad
Because isn't that the name of the
finished strong there.
guy that the Maple Leafs was drafted?
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anthony, playing a joke. Oh, my God.
You've got to be kidding me, Mark. You fell for that?
I fell for it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Anthony, that's a little extreme, dude. It's a little dark there, bud.
That's all right. You know what I just got? I just got a picture of my friends with Paul Bissonnette.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And apparently there's a chance we might get him.
Oh, God.
Easton Cowan?
Congratulations on a great career. To make our selection, I'll call up our head scout, Wes Clark.
I hope you just didn't run it for me.
I did.
Selects from the London Knights, Easton Cowan.
All right, another night.
Oh, they do like their London kids.
All right, but who the fuck is Easton Cowan?
The second half of the year in the playoffs, the heartbeat of the London.
I'm not going to lie to you. It's not somebody that I scouted a lot because I didn't have him in the first round. It's not somebody I watched a lot of. I'm really going to go on what they're saying. I'm going to let them do the work here because this is not somebody I really paid a lot of attention to. I didn't think he was going in the first round. Not going to lie to you. Yeah, Peter Zezel died in 2009, Anthony. I had to look up when he died, but I knew he died a long time ago.
By the way, Peter Zezel, the guy that did all the hockey moves in the movie Youngblood. And by the way, good for him. Good for him.
I wonder if he was named after the former hockey company Easton. 53, 20
I
goals
would not be surprised.
in 68 games. The offensive output really isn't there. I wonder how many fans are pissed about this pick in Toronto because it's a bit of a reach. Comparable TJ Oshie, according to Megan Chayka.
Apparently, my friends meant Ryan Whitney when I'm doing this.
They met Whitney or Bissonnette or both?
Yes, both.
Both. Wow, okay.
Ryan Whitney. Ryan Whitney, great career, by the way.
Great career?
Ryan Whitney had a good career.
A decent career, yeah. I wouldn't say like a great career. I mean, good for him to get to the level that he got to. And then, I mean, the problem is that there was a major drop-off after Pittsburgh. And to be expected. I mean, you go from playing with Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin putting up like 50-point seasons with those guys to getting traded. You know what? I could say I do feel bad because he got dealt in the middle of a cup-winning season for Chris Kunitz.
And Chris Kunitz was the missing piece.
Yeah, Chris Kunitz ended up being one of their missing pieces.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it's not Mike Gardner
to try to trade into the second round for Gavin Brindley.
I do think that should happen.
It could be. I mean, it depends on how much.
I think that should happen.
Depends on what they're willing to give up.
Well, our staff really love his competitiveness. Like he's sort of an
Great question.
player.
Here's Treleving.
Big motor, a real competitive guy. We think he really, the development he's had and the growth that he's had in his game the last 2 years has been phenomenal. And he
Does
it's
it-
fun.
Does it make it bad that I think Bradshaw Living saying anything is better than
Good American audience here. We have to ask about our American-born Austin Matthews. Where do things stand with contract negotiations right now?
than
We're working away at it.
Kyle Dubas saying anything?
He's a great kid. I think it's a great opportunity. Like I said to him,
Sorry, everybody at home. I was taking a moment to think of my thoughts.
What are you? I'm not sure I know what you're getting at. I'm guessing you don't want to see Kyle Dubas.
I'm just wondering how upfront he could be. That's what I'm trying to be politically correct when I do this, because I don't want to be the asshole to be like, oh, well, get rid of him or not. Like, Bradshaw Living is in a tough situation. Like, I argue with you, Phil. What is the toughest situation for a GM in the league right now? Kyle Dubas or Bradshaw Living? Or even the new GM, Craig Conroy.
Treleving is walking into Toronto into a pressure cooker where they finally won a first-round series the first time in almost 20 years. Now they're expected, Matt said to lay off the shots. You have the Twins saying the same thing at nearly the same exact time.
You know what? No, I'll do more because of that.
Oh, God. Help me.
No, but you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to figure out what they need to do. Like, what's the hardest job you think in the NHL as GM right now?
Probably Toronto. Yeah, probably Toronto. I mean, it just
Toronto more than anything.
Toronto more than anything. Yeah, because it's one of the meccas of hockey, and you have to get this team to win a second-round series. Okay, I like this pick here for St. Louis. Theo Lindstein, just really, really good pick.
Really? Why?
Just late riser. He's not really like small, not really too big either, I would say, but I think he's pretty mobile. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be a sound two-way guy one day. I think he's probably a top four, not maybe a top pairing guy, but I like the makeup. So I just think that this was a guy that could have went higher. Can he? I wonder if he could quarterback a power play at the NHL level. That's really my thing. I think if he could do that, I think he could be a real good player.
I was going to go with Martinez from Vegas. I was going to go with Martinez.
Yeah, so I mean, 6 foot, average, 185, not bad. I think he's probably 2-3 years away, I would say, depending on where he plays. But he was mocked higher in some drafts, mocked a few spots higher. So grammar, more like pronunciation police for you two, you and your brother, or more so you than your brother. But I get it. Carolina Hurricanes at 30. Do they go Finn here? Do they go Finn? This is where I wonder if they go Finn.
Wait, Carolina would go Finn?
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, I wish I could remember where Steven clipped that to say Carolina should move their. Finland should move their ambassador to Carolina because that's where all the Finns are going. They gotta go Finn.
Yeah, Kasper Haltunen would be. I'll probably mispronounce that. Haltunen would probably be a good pick there. He's got some size too to him, which would be nice.
Leo, thank
nice
you.
one.
I don't have to.
How close is the nearest hospital to you? He just needs a bucket, he'll be fine.
All right. By the way, right now I'm on.
No, that's a savage comment, Anthony. That's a savage
Wait.
man. Oh, geez. Wow.
First off, by the way, I made the whole draft last year. I can't say the same for you.
I think Perot is a little more of a pass first player, but he's got goal scoring instincts. He's just a real good offensive player. And do we need players that have a shoot first mentality? Yes. Do the Rangers need offensive facilitators that can drive play at 5-on-5? Yes, even more. So yeah, I would say that Perot is a damn good pick there. Damn good pick. You don't pass up that type of value. Guy should have went probably 10 picks, maybe more higher than what he did. I can't believe he fell that far. I still can't.
I'm in agreement with you on that because I don't understand sometimes. And then look, Phil, I understand. I take more stock in this than anyone. But when your father is a professional, you go for it, and you know what it's like to be a professional. Just how I feel.
I like the Clayton Keller comparison. That's the comparison I like. I think if his skating gets worked on, I think he's more Keller. Derek Stepan is definitely not the comparable that I would look for. Derek Stepan was not a good skater, more of a two-way guy that was a playmaker and didn't really have goal-scoring instincts. He had 20 goals that one year, but that was helped by a hat trick in his debut against Buffalo. So, scored 20 goals after
gave
that.
us the image and the preseason. He had a great preseason. Everybody forgets about that. But the image we had was Derek Stepan's going to be a big player, and he was just a very good player.
If he ever, I always said this, if he ever worked on his skating, he could have been a 70-plus point player.
Well, Ranger fans shouldn't be disappointed when he ends up scoring that Game 7 goal.
For all of us here in the league, enjoy the next chapter of your life. Thank our pick, Darren York, our assistant general manager. Carolina is proud to select Rodney Nadeau.
Okay. Not necessarily off the board. Seen him mocked late first round. I don't necessarily mind it. Good player. I just, my problem is with BCHL picks is that it's an inferior league compared to the CHL. We've seen players like Kyle Turris come from the BCHL. Alex Newhook was the last big BCHL guy that I could think of. And just, he's very, very skilled, but
Okay, but Phil,
I just wonder about how he would have translated in the CHL this year. That's my red flag.
okay, but Phil, in the in the Carolina system, how would he be?
What, in terms of what, in their farm system where he ranks, or how he would
No,
play
in their system.
Like playing in their system at the NHL
Yeah.
level? I think he's a fit.
Okay.
I think he's a fit. He plays a very up-tempo game. He's got scoring skill. It's just I just wonder, like I said, I just wonder if how he would have looked in a higher league this year. And you know what? Sometimes this is the route that you have to take. Not everybody's route is through the CHL. So I'm not trying to like rip him or anything like that.
No, it's anywhere. Don't worry.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just. He was one of the very top producers in the BCHL. I would have liked to have seen him in the CHL, seen what he would have done. I like the shot. And I do, like I said, I do think there's a lot of offensive skill, but it's just, I really wonder how he would have been affected by playing in a league more advanced in his draft year. So, but you know what? You got to do what you got to do to get noticed. So I do respect that. And the fact that he played as well as he did in that league, the only thing I'll say is that I've seen better numbers from players. Like Kyle Turris put up better numbers and went top 3 in his draft year. Alex Newhook put up better numbers and went 16. So, Marc needs to take a shot. Womp, womp, womp.
All right. In fairness, I didn't update it because I was too busy living. I don't know. I don't know where the fan is. To be fair.
Wait.
Cheers.
Sebastian Aho's 1 year away from UFA. Where do we stand with contract negotiations?
Great conversation with Jerry Johansson's agent. We met again yesterday. There's no real deadline or timetable. I'm very confident.
To be fair.
To be fair, he's basically drinking his own piss.
All-star multiple times as well.
All right.
Did he go to the same stylist or something?
So, Bradley Nadeau taken off the board. So, I have my board right now. Theo Lindstein taken off the board. My board is Andrew Cristal,
Okay.
Kel Goyaev, Ethan Gauthier, Riley Height. Actually, I'm going to put Kasper Halttunen, I should say. I keep mispronouncing
I
it.
don't know why I think Riley Height is going right here.
I can see it. It's not exactly out of the realm of possibility.
I mean,
but
Gavin Brindley is a good choice.
I think Riley Height could play wing if you wanted him to. I don't think Gulyayev is going to go here because he's just Colorado does not need defensemen. They're stacked. I would say Cristal. Halttunen would be another one. And Gauthier. I don't think it's Brindley. I think Brindley's a second-round pick.
With the 31st pick, the Colorado Avalanche are very proud to select from Omsk, Mikhail Gulyayev.
I ended up being so wrong. They took arguably the best player available. You know what? Good on Joe Sakic. You can move a defenseman. To pass him up at this point, I'm going to buy a round.
All right. We got to get a round up there. Let me just.
I'm going to buy a round on that.
Hey, look, I'm buying around for all of you. If I didn't tell the story
Wow,
earlier
NHL
today,
comparable by Megan Shaka's Adam Fox.
all right?
Yeah, this kid's one of the best puck moving defensemen in the draft. Size very similar to Adam Fox at 5'10" and 172. I imagine he'll play around 190. I wonder if the smarts are there all around. Because the smarts on defense were always there with Adam Fox. Golyayev seems to have the offensive part of the game. I wonder when the defense will come in. But he is so friggin' happy right now. Look at this kid. I love seeing that, man. He got a big smile going to a competitor that's going to be a competitor for a long time because they still got a good core in terms of age.
Connor Bedard. Leo Carlsson, the big Swede, went second to Anaheim. Fantilli, the Michigan man, dropped by OH.
Bless
Yeah. Apparently, my allergies just hit me right now.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why are they going to a commercial with one more pick left in this first round?
Because ESPN is stupid.
So you're back, and I mean, Vegas could go anywhere with this. Kasper Haltonen would be a nice pick at right wing. You think Gauthier could be a good one?
Marie is ready to buy her first home.
You wonder if Riley Height could be it. Bless you.
Yeah. Finally back. You know what? I wish.
So, yeah, that's a good question, Zyrtec. Okay. So, Leo or Tomas, one of you probably want to correct me on this one. I'm going to try to pronounce this one. Finnish player for Assat in Liga. I may have even mispronounced that as well. Lenny Aho? Mark, are you done?
I hope so. By the way, Aho, what would I call all my exes?
Good shot.
Yeah.
Lenny Haminaho. Is that so I did get it correct? Wow, okay. Mark is not done.
I want to be.
I know you do. So, still on commercial. Oh, yeah. I figured because I know you have the accentuations on the A's. So, Assad?
There is one thing I can't do from home.
Haminaho? I'm trying to see. Yeah, some must see TV. Haminaho? Okay, I'm just. I know that they're going to Americanize it, and I'm not going to get the actual pronunciation. So the pick is in for Vegas. So this will be the last pick of the first round.
Yep.
And then we'll have more day two stuff. I don't think we're going to cover day two, though.
Welcome back.
Well, not nearly as intently.
Yeah.
You guys want to go on and do it?
I'm probably not going to do day two. Day two is a tougher day.
We're going to be here at the next draft. I can tell you that.
Day two will be something that if we go next year, then
we're going to be here.
You're going to have me like trying to pronounce that all night now. David Edstrom, okay. I like that.
And another
Yeah.
And I can tell you this.
I like that at 32.
This is who they wanted. This was the guy on their board based on where they were selecting. Right.
Yeah.
They figure he's a top 15 player. And for the Vegas Golden Knights,
I don't know if he was a top 15 player, but you know what? There were definitely a bunch of mocks that had him as a first rounder. So for value, I do like it. I think he's a real smart, skilled offensive player. You're not going to get.
That seems to fit right into the mold of the way Vegas wants it. Exactly.
He gets to the front of the net, like you're saying.
I don't know who this person is. I'm not going to further acknowledge that. Please stop making ridiculous comments or I will block you.
Wait, who?
This weird name. I don't want to mention this name anymore.
Okay.
I don't know who this is. But
all right. Hey, Frog, I'm going to sign out right now. So, you end the broadcast, do everything else.
yeah.
Everybody, take it easy.
Take care. Go have fun. No, I mean, Anthony's still here. Anthony's doing a lot of the graphic stuff and then trying to find like trades or any rumors or anything like that. So Anthony's still here with us. I like this.
First round is over. Gary Bettman will put a bow on this evening. NHL Draft.
Very nice.
The draft will resume tomorrow with the second round at 10 a.m. Central Local Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Oh,
And
wow.
You'll be able to watch it on the NHL Network, ESPN Plus, Rogers Sportsnet, or TVA. Thank you. Have a good night. And
So we can't even do the draft tomorrow unless it's Marc and Anthony. I can't. I have work. But yes, David Wood is on top of that. Anthony's still here. He is the one making the jokes. Marc, I don't know why he's in there. Why was Marc's stream added?
Big year for the WHL. We also saw two from the London Knights.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised to see Andrew Christel still on the board.
Anthony, please stop doing that.
In this draft, a lot of Swedish-born players that were selected here. Once again, huge year for Sweden in this draft. And for Chicago Blackhawks fan to get a couple of really good high-end young guys. All of them.
So, yeah, I forgot to troll Marc when he's here. Tell him Georgie got more points than Vezina than Igor. I don't know about that. Did he? What was the Vezina voting? I haven't looked at the voting for the awards, so I got to go do that. That's not even. I don't even think that's up yet. No, it's saying page 404 not found on Hockey Reference.
After being selected number one by Chicago, also television's John Bucci brags they know who you
Yeah, so
We're here to talk about the rest of the first.
yes.
Mets owner trying to stave off a crisis.
So we're gonna go away from stream. I'm gonna cut that off. The Igor only 1/3 got only 1/3 place vote. I'm not surprised. He didn't have the greatest year. It just wasn't a great year. But I'm not even here to talk about that. We don't have to worry about Igor Shesterkin and the Vezina voting. We knew it wasn't his year. It just not worried about it. I think Adam Fox got screwed. I get why. I get the historical significance of what Erik Karlsson did, but he's doing it in a higher scoring era. Like if he would have done it in 2018 or 2019, okay, then that's phenomenal. But he was still a negative influence. I just don't really. I think they need to make a Bobby Orr award, and I've said that several times over the years. I've said it for years, going back to well before we even started doing this, well before even off the post. Carlsson, yeah, but Carlson's also on a trash team. But for him to be a negative 26, and I don't really like using plus minus as a gauge for anything, but I really, it really says a lot when you score that much and you're still negative. So that tells me you can't play defense. So, but yeah, I mean, this is basically what I'm saying. Bobby Orr trophy for most points. The Norris trophy should be for the best defenseman. I don't know why they haven't done that yet. You figure the league would want to honor Bobby Orr, but so we'll get back to. Yeah, there is a word in the. I think it. I don't know if it's the AHL. I think it's the OHL. I think that has that. No, not that. No, that's not it. I'm not looking. It's not showing the right things. All right, I'm blocking this person. Yeah, I had to block that person. I don't know who that is or what they're looking to do, but no, not gonna deal with that. So, yeah, it's. I think if anything, you just you need to separate the two, and I can't believe that a guy that played terrible was not terrible defense, not on a playoff team, scored 100 points, was still somehow negative. Not even just negative, but negative by a lot. And I get San Jose was garbage, but if you score 100 points and you're still a negative player, that's telling me that you can't play defense. And that award shouldn't go to somebody who can't play defense. So, thoughts on the development of Bedard? I assume that's Bedard. I think you should do a shot for that one, Leo. But Bedard, yeah, I think he's going to live up to the hype. I'm not worried about Connor Bedard. I'll tell you right now. That's the last guy that I'm worried about. The other thing I would worry about is the thing that I would really worry about, I should say, is can Gabriel Perreault improve the skating soon enough? I think the offensive instincts are there. It's how does he improve the skating, strength and conditioning? I don't worry about his hockey smarts or skills. I think he's one of the most skilled players in the entire draft. It's just, for me, can he put on the weight and can he improve the skating? And I think he'll put on the weight. It's the skating is just, it's another player that has supposed skating issues. I don't think he's a bad skater, but it needs improvement. Oh, Brett Berard. You're talking about Brett Berard. You know what? I don't think there's too much hype over him. I think he played well at the World Juniors, but do you really think that Brett Berard is going to be anything more than maybe a bottom six player? I think maybe he's a better version of Tyler Mott. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that considering where he was picked. So, yeah, you need players like that. I said at his very best, he could be maybe a Carl Hagelin with better skill, better shot, better hands. I think that at his very best, that's what he is. He's a better version of Carl Hagelin. At his worst, he's another Tyler Mott. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he had a point-per-game season with Providence, not this past year, but the year before. His numbers took a big dip in Providence this year. Big dip. It was not something that I was very, very cognizant of. Yeah, Joe Pavelski's not a great skater, but you got to be a real damn good player to make sure that you get by when you don't have the skating. Adam Oates was not a great skater either. And he's one of the top 3 to 5 best playmakers ever. I would say top 5 for sure. Depends on, I mean, in terms of forwards, centers, he's easily a top 5 playmaker ever. Yeah, Mark Stone's also a better skater, I think, than people give credit for. And he's also got the size and the reach to kind of make up for the lack that of skating. So, and that's my only concern about Perreault. I love the pick, though. I really do. I think you got the best player available at 23. Guy that should have went much higher than that. I mean, Matt Wood would have been another guy that I would have been more than okay with had he fallen. I would have been okay with taking Musty there, but again, I could see why they took Perreault over Musty. I think it was positional value. I think the players are close. Musty was ranked higher in a lot of drafts, and I think he's going to be a good player as well. But if you had a choice between Perreault or Musty, I'm taking Perreault. I'm taking Perreault, provided that you need both help at both positions. So you can't pass on skill because of something. I don't think he's a perimeter player. That's not the vibe that I get from him. So if that's what you're worried about, I don't think you have anything to worry about there. Yeah, and Drury seemed very happy with the pick, which is good. You're right. You can't teach skill. You can't teach skill, Wilbur. Probably going to go maybe like another 5 minutes or so. That'll make it about a 4-hour stream. So definitely get your questions, comments in. Hoping everybody is happy with this pick. I think there's a lot to be happy about. I'm just being analytical here, just analyzing the player, breaking things down. So, just make sure that, like I said, make sure you get your comments and your questions in. Please like, share, and subscribe. Want to make sure that, we get, get the algorithms going. It would be great, to kind of get the word out there. So if it's not even just like, sharing, and subscribing, word of mouth. Just let people know about us. Let people know that, it's a place to go. If you want good, interesting hockey content, it's fun, interactive. I mean, we want to make sure that, we're making good content for everybody. And that would definitely help. So happy wasn't another left wing. Good point. Another left wing would have been a problem, I think. I liked Musty, the player, but not the position. Does he have good work ethic and complete level? Is he mature? I would say he's got a good character. He's got a good character. So I do like the kid. He has a good head on his shoulders. Who do I think is in the top 6 for us? I'm guessing you mean this year. I mean, right now, the top right winger is Capo Caco. So if he doesn't get top 6 minutes, I would be shocked unless they sign somebody else. They bring back one of Patrick Kane, Vladimir Tarasenko. I don't know what they do with that. Vlad wouldn't be a bad move depending on the contract. I don't think they could afford him, though. Patrick Kane can end up being very affordable. I just think that you do need help on the right wing. I just don't think Perot's here yet. Unless he comes in and blows them away in training camp, I don't see it, though. I think he's probably a prospect camp, and that's it. So, yeah, they need right wing depth badly. And I think that this is the guy. I'm not going to pencil in often. I've said this several times before. I'm not going to pencil him in. You got to see how things go. I know that people thought he was close last year. I don't know. I really... I'm on the fence about it in terms of whether he's going to make it or not. And I wouldn't mind seeing him start in the AHL. I wouldn't. Why rush him? Why rush him? How do performance bonuses work? They would go on this year's cap. Leary on Kane, the hip injuries are brutal. Yeah, I get it. Totally get it. Totally get it. But that's part of why I think he would be very cheap and affordable for this team. So, going to go like another minute or so. So get the last minute questions and comments in. So, AEW Fight Forever actually releases at midnight, so I'll be getting a little bit of that in tonight. Very happy about that. I'm actually probably going to go watch a little bit of it before everything releases. So, bring back Fast, sign Laviolette Hathaway. Yeah, I think Hathaway is one of their targets. Anthony's predicted him to the Rangers in a free agent frenzy. Who do we get back up? Yaro's testing free agency. He's looking contract north of $1 million. Yeah, I think he'll probably look for at least 1.5, if not more. Sucks, but I would take Yaro back if the numbers are reasonable. I don't know if there's I think Yaro would be great to have back. I don't want Quick unless it's a last resort. I have a lot of trouble seeing Quick after the way he played in LA. I know the numbers got better when he went to Las Vegas, but I'm not. I can't say I'm a fan. I think he's cooked. I don't think Tarasenko's going to agree to something like that, David. I don't. I don't think that's the. I don't think that's what he's looking for. I really don't. If he did, that'd be great. But yeah. I'm going to wrap it up, though. Thank you all for joining in and staying with us. For those who stayed the entire time, we appreciate it. To those in the chat, making it fun, making fun of Marc and his mess-ups and everything else. Awesome. That's great. And I really do appreciate you sticking with us. Remember, please like, share, and subscribe. 4 hours of draft content is a lot. We just passed the 4-hour mark. So, again, thank you all. Looking forward to next week's show. You know what? We have Free Agent Frenzy on Saturday, so I'm pretty sure we're probably going to do that as well. I wonder what Marc's situation will be like, but we will probably do free agent frenzy on Saturday. So be on the lookout for that. And I think we have a lot of content. At some point, we're probably going to have Neil Smith on with us over the summer. Marc will talk to Neil Smith about that. He actually met Neil Smith today, which is cool. I know he said it before, but I saw the picture of him and John Solomon from All Things Islanders, who was an Islanders correspondent for the site. So they got to meet him. Pretty awesome picture. I'm looking forward to having Neil Smith on with us at some point. And I know Anthony's usually pretty good at getting guys for the summer. So we'll see who we can get otherwise in terms of guest spots. So, and yes, thank you. Appreciate that. We appreciate the kind words. Look, we're just a bunch of guys that just decided to get together and talk hockey. We wanted to make it fun. We wanted to make it personable. We wanted to make it interactive. We're not trying to be TSN or anything like that. We just wanted to have something that was fun and relatable, and it was just a way to talk about hockey. Because Anthony and I did Off the Post, and we had a bad ending with them. So when Marc came through with this opportunity and wanted me to jump on, Anthony ended up jumping on a couple of months later, and that's how this all formed. So, yeah, I mean, I can't believe we're at where we're at, but you know what? Streams like this help us. So, this is the work that we have to put in, and we love doing it. So definitely continue to keep watching. A lot of you guys, all you guys in the chat have been with us for a very long time. So we know that we're doing something right, and we're glad that we're giving you content to come back to. So, yeah, I still remember the name change when Anthony came out. Like, wait, we went from talking about Rangers to adding the Islanders and other stuff. Yeah, I get it. That was a hard pill for a lot of Ranger fans on here that have been watching us from the beginning to swallow. And I'm going to take one more comment here because I said this on Twitter to somebody. Vegas went with Hill over Quick. Think about that. It was literally what I said to somebody on Twitter when somebody suggested Quick to me. So think about that, everybody that is calling for Jonathan Quick right now. Think about that. But again, I will let you all sleep to think on that. And again, thank you for joining us. Please like, share, and subscribe. Look out for our free agent frenzy stream. We're going to look to schedule that. So we'll be doing that on Saturday. I'm going to talk to Marc and Anthony about that. And then we'll figure that out, and we'll have that announced and scheduled within the notifications will pop up when we schedule that. So thanks again, everybody. Good night. Let's go Rangers. And let's hope that Gabe Perreault is scoring or making a big play for a Stanley Cup win one day. Take care, everybody.